Okay, microphone work. Da, da, da. All right. Hello, welcome to another live stream. I don't know why I started the stream now. I should have started like 2 hours ago when I got home from work, but I kind of was like didn't feel like streaming, and then I just kind of went, "What's the point not streaming?" So, I've been working on an FPS shooter. At the moment, I've been sort of fly mode as like spawning in test models, and I intend to make a video out of this at some point. Drawn a blank now. Yeah, so the intention is to make like a video of like how to make an FPS shooter. So I've got like my notes about like everything that I've been doing. Not exactly detailed anymore because I was didn't been noting today, but it's gonna basically be like my Pong video, but making like a full FPS shooter. So I'm gonna make a certain percentage of the game, like probably to the point that I've got shooting guns working, and then I'll do like basically a step through like every system that I implemented, how I implemented it, so that people can understand like the basics of making something like that in Bevy, and then I'll go into further detail. So what I'm at the moment is I'm going to start making assets, like a custom asset for spawning these in as blocks in the world, like kind of thinking voxel style. Or maybe not voxel style, but like the world's going to be made of sort of cells, and then each cell will have like you can place blocks into them, sort of thing. So like these conveyor belts will take up a spot, and then but obviously be able to layer them on top of each other because the conveyor belts can clearly be able to move through these. But that's what I'm going to work at the moment, is just sort of like programming it up so that like you can specify like the collider of this box, and I don't know. I guess that's it. I probably should have planned this out more, but as I said, I wasn't planning on streaming, and then I just kind of went like, fuck it, why not stream? Not like I'm making any other content for my fucking YouTube channel at the moment. So, I say mod world. Maybe mod map. I don't like calling it world, because when you call it world, it starts to conflict with the fact that Bevy has a world, and the world is separate in Bevy from like the map. It's like different things. So I've got to stop calling modules world. Anyway, so we're going to say use Bevy. Prelude. So it's been a while since I made like an asset in Bevy, like a custom coded asset. And so this is gonna be like a learning experience for me as well. So I guess I like these videos more than, or like when I'm doing a live stream, more than just like if I'm doing something I know. Because if I'm just doing something I know, one, I tend to be quite quiet because I'm typing and just doing things. But also it shows people like how to go about like working things out and learning things in Bevy without necessarily just, you know, having a video that tells you how. It's like, this is how I go about understanding things. So first things first is to create a struct. I'm going to call it a cell. Maybe. And I think we derive asset. And this just lets us, yeah, have everything as an asset. Map cell does not. That needs to reflect apparently to be an asset. Okay. Reflect. Which is going to need a whole bunch of other things. No, apparently not. Okay. So we're going to need mesh, which is going to be a handle. Handle to a. Maybe sure, not a mesh, but a scene. What about a mesh? The big thing I'm thinking of here is when you spawn in these what are they? The GLB files. I'm actually spawning the scene in, not the file itself. So I think I would then have to individually extract the mesh, which I should relaunch the game if I'm going to try and reference something in the game. The issue I'm thinking with that is the scene is separate to the mesh because the mesh is referenced in the scene. So I think I can extract the mesh directly and the material directly. So I just need to have a quick squiz at like this entity and then go. So you spawn the scene, which then spawns the entity itself underneath, which is And this is why I'm going to do it this way, because when you spawn GLB scenes, they spawn just so much crap. So this spawns in... Oh, well, this is probably part of the reason you have to do the fucking scene. Transform parent. So none of these have anything on them. Yeah, it's just the blaster has nothing, and then the blaster consists of a mesh and a standard material with a base color. And then same here, but it's going to have a different base color. Yeah. So they kind of do need to be scenes because I don't want to have to recreate all this stuff. And the way that the GLB stuff's loaded is that it's all like a subsequent like nesting of crap. And there's no real way to blend them all into one thing. It does mean it's going to have a lot of entities, which is always fun, you know. I also have no idea if the blaster is actually rendered properly. Tweak all the colors so that you can see it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's rendering properly. This one. I don't know, it's just the fact that the color that they picked is the same as the sky color. So as long as I put an actual skybox into it, it should be fine. Alright, so that means that when we create our assets, they're not going to have meshes, they're going to have scenes. Right, and then the scene, and then we can load the scene directly out of the file, so that should be fine. And then we want to go and have a collider, which I probably spelled wrong, but we're going to use not Bevy, rapier. I think this is the preload. Should contain everything we need, and then it's collider. Because from what I remember, all colliders are considered colliders, so you should be... Now, does not have a type. Yeah, so it's gonna bitch about that. So we need to ignore that in the reflect, which is annoying because reflect ignore. It's going to basically break all the reflect. Like, I don't know what it's actually using reflect for as an asset, but we have to ignore the collider because if we don't ignore the collider, we can't do it. And I really don't feel like going through Bevy rapier and implementing all the missing shit, like reflect on things. All right. So we need the scene and the collider. There may be other bits and pieces. I don't think there will be. That's kind of my only issue, is that when we spawn a scene, it spawns as a child of the entity that you spawn, which is just going to be like a lot of redundant entities, but that'll be fine. So then we're going to we need to struct, and this is going to be a cell asset. And the cell asset's just the file that actually gets stored, which is going to be the scene, which is going to be a string, and then I guess the collider? I don't actually know. We may have to come up with our own collider type, because we need to derive probably SERDI, which at some point I should really get this committed to Git, because I'm going to start adding a lot of stuff that I need to take notes of. Add existing repository. Okay. FPS. It's just more of a, like, when I start adding the assets, I don't want to go like, why have I got all this extra stuff? So I can take notes later by going back through different commits. Okay, what are we doing? We're adding something. 30. And that just equals that, and then we run as well. Please. Everything needs to have a representation that we can read. Okay. So we go back to map and we go derive SERDI. Serialize. Now the question is, are you going to complain, or does this have SERDI serialize? Okay, the collider doesn't have SERDI serialized, which means we're going to have a collider asset like so, and this is just going to have their different types of colliders that we will actually serialize, and then we go here and we go derive SERDI serial on you, and then you're going to be collider asset. And the collider asset is just going to work sort of just as a method of being able to serialize the colliders from Rapier without necessarily needing it. Oh, unless Rapier has a feature that I can turn on. So go back. Bevy Rapier. Then we go. I love my videos of the top stuff. That's not where we wanted to go. Colliders. Does it have serializations? SERDI. No results. Maybe we'll just do a quick cheeky check inside the source code. Too many things open. Look, it does have SERDI. Okay, so if we just turn on SERDI serialized, then that saves us all that hassle. Bevy Rapier 3D. Version is wildcard and features serialized. That should save us having to do this bit, actually. Who knows? So when a plugin's written nicely that it actually has features for everything, I'm gonna go like re-implement shit, but I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll check to see if it's got a feature. I wish there was an easier way to get like a list of all the features available. Like I think one way you can do it is go to crates. Go to crates. And then we go Rapier. I think I spelled that wrong, didn't I? I don't need this at the moment, so I can close that. Stop me from accidentally opening it all the time. There we go, Bevy Rapier 3D. And then we go in here, and then you go... Is it here? No, versions. And then in here, there's you can see the list of features, but it gets pretty annoying with something like Bevy that has like 70 odd features. That this list goes like right off the screen. But like this is a way of seeing. So it's got headless, parallel, SERDI, serialize, SIMD nightly, SIMD stable, dimension 3, because we're obviously in the 3D version. Debug render of a 3D version, async collider. Apparently there's like 3 different versions of debug rendering, so that's fun. Yeah. I just wish there was an easier way in here. Like if I wish this somewhere in here, like maybe an extension that tells you all the features, because it's just a pain in the ass to work out what features the crate actually has, unless you already know they exist. Okay, so there's our collider, and our collider exists of shape. I don't know. What was I doing? All right, then we need to say. We need like an asset loader, so we need to be like cell asset loader. And this needs to derive asset. No, this needs to import asset loader. We should also go up here somewhere and be like hub and plugin. Because we need the plugin to load everything. So we need it to be, it's just app, isn't it? App, and then need app. Oh, like that, and then we say app.init asset loader, cell asset loader, and then we need to go dot init asset. We need to init the cell asset, like so, and then we need to import asset loader. the fuck? This is called asset loader. Yeah, there we go. Asset loader for was it for cell asset loader? Like so. Extensions is going to be, I don't know, dot cell. Let's just cell another. The dot's implied. There needs to be a reference to an array of references. Loader needs to implement from world. Well, at this point it's just default because it doesn't actually do anything. Okay, just derive default. Thank you. Okay. So you need a type asset. Your asset type is going to be cell. Your settings is nothing. Is nothing. And your type error is, I think, just again nothing. Type error. Or you can just return a static string. Because a static string is going to mean that I can write errors, but they're just going to be like plain blank errors that return. And then we need to say like I think we need this to be like an async fn load cell asset, and it just needs to return a result cell or a string. So I think, and then we can come down here and be like async move load cell asset that always. I think that's all you need to do. No, what do you mean cell is not a resource? Why are you bitching about cell being a resource? Expected to be a future. Do I not call a wait then? Okay. Expected async block is, do I just not do the async block then? Oh, this is going to be confusing. To be a future is... Wait, did I try? Oh, no. It's because it's supposed to resolve to result, not... Okay. There we go. Then you can take in the reader because we need access to the data. So, Bevy assets are reader. We don't need access to the settings, but we need access to the load context. So we'll do that. We'll drop the settings because at the moment settings is just a unit, and then we're going to say reader and load context. Like so. Right, and you need like a lifetime. Okay. And then okay. I don't know why you suddenly all need lifetimes. I don't need them up here, but I need them down here. Okay, whatever. What? Drawing a blank on what I need to do. Alright, first things first is to we need to be like let cell equal run from stir. I think I can Can I just say reader dot? No. How do I turn the reader into a string? I think it's just this. So we say like let. Wait, can I do you like run do from reader, and then I just need to give you the reader like that? Does that work? Is that going? The trait bound is synced. We're not done yet, so we'll just do 2D to do. So we stop getting errors related to the fact that we're returning the wrong type. And so it's saying it doesn't implement from reader. So it's saying that is not. It just doesn't implement IO read, which is annoying. Dot. Can I like? No, so I'm gonna need to be like let new data equal reader dot equals a string new, and then we say reader dot read read to string data. Okay, we do that, and then do you return a result? You return a future. That'll wait. All right. Read the. Okay, so you only need to be like if that error, because we don't care how many wrote read. So let's do this. Again, we don't care because we're just returning static strings for errors, and we just say return error fail to read. And then we go from stir, and then we give you a reference to data, like so, and that should give us our cell. And we can probably do something like okay. Wow, we match this maybe. Go like match that. Cell equal match run from stir reference to data. Fill these. Alright, we also need to derive deserialize here, not just we actually technically don't need serialize, but I usually use that for working out what the data should look like if you a cell. And you just return cell. We need to say that you are a cell asset. So, and then we say E, and then we say error E. So, and then we return run failed. Like so, technically the correct way to do this would be to use like this error or something and pass the errors back up here and then get this to return outlives 1. No, oh, let's see, might be like you have access to that idea. I don't know. The fuck this is. B. Does that work? Nope. Oh, apparently I touched Bevy somehow. No. Lifetime may not live long enough. Cast requires that A must outlive B. Okay. Nope. Well, maybe if I leave them as B, maybe down here we say EA. No. Then we say AB. Okay. Where is that? A must outlive 1. Alright. I don't know how to fix this. Complaining. I think usually you just go static. But I don't think that's going to work because you don't have the correct... Like, yeah. So, lifetime may not live long enough. But it's all the same lifetime. So I don't know what your problem is. I could make this static as well. Hey, your fucking problem is. Borrowed data escapes outside of method because of mutable reference. Okay. Do I have to give a mutable reference? Well, it's not in it. I don't know how to do this. Can I just leave it as blank? Can we just infer the lifetime? Okay, apparently it can infer the lifetime, but if I try and tell it the okay, whatever. Shut up. Okay, fine. Apparently the correct way to do this is to say dot is error. There we go. Okay, and then we say cell, and then we say fail to read one. Okay, and then next we need to say load context dot load. And then you need to load cell dot scene, right? Okay. And then we say let well, we could let cell equal cell scene collider something like that. So that collider, there we go. And then we say load context dot load, no, add labeled asset, no. Asset. What the fuck? Read asset bytes, labeled asset. Begin labeled asset, add labeled asset. Insert. Alright, what the hell is the fucking function called? Finish? No. Somewhere. One of these fuckers. Load context. Begin. Okay, we can add labeled asset and add loaded labeled asset. Okay. Where do we get a loaded asset from? Finish gives us a loaded asset. Read asset bytes. Get label handle. Loader. Okay, nested loader. Well, load just calls load. So I have no goddamn idea how I'm supposed to get. I'm assuming I'm supposed to finish this. Finishes this context by popping the final asset value. And the erased asset, I don't know if it exists. This, the relevant asset metadata. Yeah, I don't want to like. Add labeled asset. I guess that's kind of why it's saying add labeled. We can just add cell. Right? And then, but if I. Oh wait, no, it's supposed to return the asset. So do I just say cell then? Then I'm assuming the assets server takes care of the rest. I don't know. Okay, so we can load the asset cell here, load the asset cell here. I don't know why this is function never is used. Because we add that there, then we go main. Let me say, could I add the plugin? And then we say map, not main map, plugin. Okay. So that should add a loader and right. And then we're going to say something like it's not load test assets. Spawn test asset. We also want to make a bundle. Do we have to derive bundle? I don't remember if there's something you have to do. Bundle. And then we say struct map cell bundle, which is going to be a no, we're going to go spatial bundle. We'll just call it P for now. Let's go spatial. It's going to copy what a spatial bundle contains. Alright, right. We just go all this stuff because that's what we need for a spatial bundle. I guess technically, yeah. And then we want a cell, which is going to be a handle cell asset. No, so handle the cell. I mean, this should be everything it needs. And then we just need to go commands. What am I doing? Mute commands. There we go. So we need the mute commands, we need the asset server. Like so. And then we should be able to say like commands.spawn mesh cell. Oh no, it's not mesh cell, it's map cell bundle. Right, something like that, and then we should be able to we need to implement default, don't we? Can I just derive default? I can't imagine why I couldn't. So dot default on everything, and then we're gonna say cell is asset server.load, and it's going to be cell slash test.cell. So doing that should spawn in our test cell. Now, one thing we might have to do is remove the cell once it's spawned, because the issue is that like I need to do some kind of on load, because otherwise we're calling load here. It's not going to be finished loading by the time this thing spawns. So we can't necessarily do on add. We could do like fn on load. Right. And then we say on load cell. And then we say we need it like an event reader. Asset events. Right, and then we say I think it is called asset events, aren't they? Asset event, and the asset is cell. And then we go down here and we say we also need a query. So we need to say all cells. So we also going to need to grab the entity of the cell and the handle. Of the cell. Like so, I'm also going to need access to the cells. Cell asset. Which is going to be res assets cell. So the idea here is we're going to read through all the events, and if a cell is added or modified, we will run the logic of actually spawning it in, and then I guess that's kind of it. And if not, we will run a different piece of logic that spawns it if it's not changed or modified, because otherwise it means that if the asset's already, like if you've already spawned a cell in, the other option would be to make sure all cells are always loaded, but that seems like more work. So event in asset events dot read. Okay, and then we match event. Okay. Unused. Huh. Loaded with dependencies. Immediately when an asset has been fully loaded, including its dependencies and all recursive dependencies. Okay. So we don't care about these. And then the rest of them I think are all going to stay the same. So all of those can just do nothing. And then all of these, I think, can just be ORed together, because if it's added, removed, or modified, we don't care. We're doing the same thing. So we're going to say for cell in cells, like so, and then we say if, well, we need to go for cell entity. This hopefully won't be called too often, so running through every cell. Like, it shouldn't be too much of a time sink, I guess is what I'm trying to say, just running through everything. So if, it's the other way around. Okay. You mean, oh, because there needs to be a reference, that's why. Why are you complaining? So we need to say if handle dot id equals id. Then we need to say we need access to commands, don't we? Commands. Go down here, and then we say command cell commands. Cell insert we need to insert, oh, we need to get the entity, don't we? Let asset equal cell assets dot get id. Else continue. We need to emit an error first, which is not in asset cell. Cell not in assets cell. When loaded, just so that I know where the error is when it inevitably crops up, causing issues. And then we say continue, and then we say assume. Right, so what that does is we go, we're going to dereference the ID apparently. Right. Don't do that. Okay. So we get the cells asset out of the collection when we find a matching ID, like when the handle is the same as the ID, and then we get the entity that is the current cell we're working on, and then we give it the assets dot scene dot clone and the assets dot collider. Do I need to clone that? I don't know. Yeah, can't move, so we need to clone it. Dot clone. Like so. So that's on load. So we say if they've added, modified, or loaded, then we go through every single cell. If the cell's handle is the same as the one that's just loaded, then we get that asset and we insert the appropriate components onto our entity, and then we're going to do the same thing basically, but this is going to be on add. Add cell, which is going to need all the same stuff, except instead of an event reader, it's going to be a query. Well, I guess it's just that added. Well, I guess it's not even added, it's changed, isn't it? Changed handle. So, right, so it's on change. Okay, and then we say all the event stuff can go. All that stuff, I think. So, okay, so then we go for each cell, each handle, and then we don't need to check this because we already know that the handle's changed. And then just here, we're going to say, I guess more of a warn cell when changed. Instead of a handle ID. Right. The idea being that if you add a handle that hasn't yet loaded, unchanged will be called, but it's not actually an error that the asset may not have loaded yet, and therefore, but it is an error if the asset says it's loaded and it hasn't actually loaded. So that's why they've got slightly different behaviors there. Apparently collider is never used, so we need to say add systems to update, and these systems are on change cell and on load cell. Okay. Okay. On change, on load. So we've already called the test one. So we're going to go here and say cells. Like so. Then we need a new file. This is going to be called test.cell. And then here we need to go something like, I think that's how you, no, it's probably curly braces like that. And then just going to look at how it's laid out. Cell. So it's going to be seen. Like so. Seen. And this is going to be probably going to be box dash small dot glb dash scene 0. That should load it, and then we're going to say collider, and then could also say collider is optional. Might do that. This is why I make test stuff. I'm gonna say test and then print cell. And then we're just gonna say print line. Something like that. Okay, and then we're going to say cell asset, and cell asset's just going to say scene. On conveyor slash box dash small glb, and then collider is going to be collider box cuboid. Cuboid with a half length of, I'm guessing 0.5. I have no idea. Like so. Something about it. Cell doesn't implement debug. So should debug. Wait, I know, because it's not that way. It's run toString reference. Yes. Okay. Okay. Accept. Oh, so this is a function. So this function's integer. Then when I run this, it should just print out what we need to paste into the run. Because one of the things you need it's just I usually just like make a little template, you know, so that I know what it should look like, and then you can tweak things like, you know, what the scene is, that kind of thing. And then, yeah, once we've got that going, it should be fairly straightforward to make some kind of like map thing that lets me like sort of specify each cell as like a vector and a position, like a, yeah, like a, I don't know, like saving a transform and the cell ID, which will then translate into a scene. Maybe make like a saving loading function. Let's see. Unscaled cuboid. Huh. Okay. So the annoying thing about that is it is a very confusingly written out statement. Yeah, I don't need this. Skip characters. So. Like so. Okay. This would be a smart reason why I should write my own like collider thing, so that it does format properly. I can't remember how to do it. Just doing like new folder, new folder dot VS Code. If I files association. So, does that work? Apparently not. I thought setting this wrong. Oh, but it's all spelled right. File association. The other options, I don't have something that's run, so we go extension and see run. Okay. Well. So we do that. Will we install the one that's not at the top? Weird. I want the one that's got like 5 stars and has lots of downloads, not the one that's like a few downloads and no rating. Yeah. Does that? There we go. I say yes. Code. Yeah, sure. Control Shift Y. Okay, no. Control. Okay, Control F. Okay, doesn't even do anything. I was trying to get it to auto format, but it doesn't seem to auto. Better. Okay. Anyway, let's give it a crack and see if that loads in a little box in the middle. And the boxes are also going to be dynamic because it's funny, but that's start later. Encounter error. I think that's already existed. Now the question is, did it actually spawn it in? And we won't have any idea, will we? Handle scene. So something went wrong with that one because it didn't spawn anything. We should probably get it to name. rename the entity that we're spawning in. Work this out, we don't need it anymore. We should also maybe call the function that spawns the test asset. Dot system startup spawn and run. Yeah, like it makes sense to, you know, like spawn the test item in and then see if it works, and not the other way around. Alright, the hope is, nope, we got a warning. Asset none. So could not find asset load matching name type extension path. Oh, right. Because we didn't put the, it needs the scene 0 on the end. I don't think I've got it watching for changes, though maybe I do, because it literally just spawned something. But it's not watching for changes though. Here we look at that. Outside of the box being way smaller than that, like it's a quarter of a cube. Alright. So one thing this tells me I need to scale the player by like a quarter. Move player, spawn player. The only other option is to scale the box up. Anyway, we still need to put like the fact that it stores all 3 sets of that data is a bit weird, but we'll ignore that for now. It's a file watcher or something. So we need to go to Bevy. We need to go version. And a file. Feature. File. Is that what it's called? I don't know. Need a list of all the features in Bevy. Asset. We go here. Asset again. Okay, yeah. Okay, versions. This is not Bevy. Can't see what I'm doing on the monitor. I'm just looking up the features of Bevy. It's file underscore watcher. Okay. Now we just hope it's spelled right. Main run. And then this should make it like watch for changes when we run it. I'm just gonna have to recompile Bevy now. God damn it. The other annoying factor seems to be that the scene is going to be slightly narrow. I don't think there's anything I can do about that, because the box is obviously not in the center of the collider, which means that when I move the collider, it's going to be slightly off. And when we do this, like, there's no way to offset the collider. We'd have to add an extra child. It's part of the scene. It's a little bit weird. Run that, please. I think the scene kind of takes care of spawning and cleaning up itself, but not it. Like if I add an extra child, which means they'd have to somehow keep track of the the collider child if I wanted to make the collider like its own offset entity. It would probably be smarter to make the whole, yeah, see. That's annoying. Because I don't think there's anything I can do about that. I was supposed to be naming it, wasn't I? Which we do here. We're going to say name test box. I'm just gonna run that. Because again, like I don't know of any convenient way. Like one thing would just be to go in here and modify the boxes and stuff so they're in the right spot. But I kind of want it to be like you can modify the collider in the file without having to like actually edit it. Oh look, it's like the first thing that spawns test box. Okay. So first off, you've like 2 sets of entities, which is concerning. Because yeah, that means you don't clean up your children when there's changes. Because that's kind of what's happened here, is it changed and then you've just spawned again. Which is not the best. Because that means it's just like a little second box on top. Need to go down. Hang on. Like so. Okay, so that somewhat helps because it implies that I can despawn recursively the children without having to worry about. Because I was kind of going like, oh, I hope the scene doesn't break if I despawn the children. But it appears that that's not going to be a problem because it fucking doesn't despawn the children anyway. So it's there. So when we say on load, we say when you find a match, go to entity and go despawn dependencies, and then insert that, and then this we can insert the scene like so, and then we can include then we go like dot with children, something like this, isn't it? We say p and then p dot spawn spatial bundle. Then we say transform transform from translation. Okay. We might even just and then default. And then we're just gonna say like it's asset.collider. Collide. Okay, we do that, and then that means that the asset itself would probably need to spawn a collateral asset. So we're going to say it's sum, and then I think it's just because we're doing the collider this time, not the mesh. We want to move up. I think it's just that, and then we want to go here, and we probably want to go something more like do that, and then we want to say if asset if let sum equals asset dot. Right, we need to actually add it to look like an asset. Actually, it's going to call it an option. Like so. The other option would be to just always have it exist, and then in here we have it as an option. And then we always have the collider as a child, but I'd actually rather just like, again, it spawns way too many redundant entities as it is. So we're gonna say no wait, not you. You need to study default. Yeah. I don't know what happened there. That is broken as all fuck. Okay, so here then we say right, yes. For clamp cell quite often. Okay, you just again just copying most of the data across because you know, that's what it does. If let's sum set quite offset else you just say commands dot empty cell dot insert. Maybe we should let cell maybe let mute cell equal commands dot cell. So it's just going to be to save it making multiple things up like that, and then we say cell dot despawn pendants. And then we can say cell dot so this one is when there is an offset, and then this one is when there isn't an offset. So this one would be cell insert, and then this would be handle dot not handle asset dot scene dot clone. Yeah, devlogs are definitely better just because you don't end up with the constant how to actually develop stuff. Like the biggest thing I find hard about doing live streams of actual code is one, saying a topic when someone starts talking, because like last stream that I spent like an hour talking about AI because someone was like talking in chat about it. But like, outside of that, it's the fact that like I tend to get quite quiet when I'm coding because I'm thinking and I'm doing like bits of code, and you very rarely get to see what it does until I like run it. I definitely will, like, because I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, but that's the other issue with streams is that you run into that people drop in and out, which means that people don't actually know necessarily what's going on. The plan is to turn this into a devlog, like or not a devlog, so much as a tutorial on how to make a shooter in Bevy. It's just like I'm streaming it because I was kind of like, I need to do something with my channel at the moment because I've just not got the motivation to do anything, and I was sort of sitting here programming silently on my own, and I figured if I can live stream it, because what's the worst case? Like a few people join in. Usually I actually sit in the Discord lounge thing. I don't think anyone's joined in ages, but usually I'm in Discord if people want to join me, but it's I haven't bothered. But it can be a lot of fun just like chatting to people, but again, you get really sidetracked. But yeah, don't worry about watching the live streams if you're really that worried. If anything like truly good comes out of them, I'll condense them down into like a tutorial. I've just never finished a project that I've been doing on live streams, which is kind of why I'm doing them on live streams, is that they're more ambitious than like something a single video could do. But yeah, most of it's just about doing something rather than nothing, I guess. And this. Okay, and then you are insert. I guess I need a special bundle because I need to offset it. Right, that's what we were just doing. We transform from translation. Offset default, and then comma, buttons here, comma, assets dot. Right, that should, except it's throwing up error. There we go. Nope, still throwing error. God damn it. There we go. Okay. So that should allow for specifying inside here like an offset. So, if you don't specify the offset, it assumes none and just puts it on the same entity, and therefore reduces the number of entities spawned into the world unnecessarily. Unnecessary optimization. Call that cell not ingest. Okay, cool. First off, it despawned. You motherfucker. Why did the test box get despawned? And then not, and more importantly, not respawned. You complained. Cell not asset change. Failed to load cell with asset. Run failed. Okay. Expected comma. Right. That should fix it. Okay. Now, did it spawn? It did spawn. Now, weirdly, it has two sets of colliders, which is because somehow it didn't. Now, the question is, why did you get given a collider? Well, you didn't. Have you got a collider then? Yeah, you do. Okay. Why do you have a collider? Right, one just puts it straight on the fucking box. Yeah, exactly. Like the devlogs are just more concise, more refined. It's more like my issue with devlogs is it's again, there's nothing to do with devlogs. It's making devlogs. It's like I struggle enough getting the motivation to work on a project, and spending dozens of hours working on something to not even be like, yeah, this is good enough to make a video because it didn't even get to a rendering stage. YouTube punishes you so hard for not putting out content that it's kind of like, yeah. And the other thing with live that can give you advantage, especially again with that whole trying to make a project that then gets turned into a video, is sometimes I can get really stuck on something and someone in chat will just be like, oh yeah, like, have you done this? Have you looked into that? And I was like, oh, because that was part of what motivated me to make my YouTube channel. Was I really liked when like YouTubers were like, hey, I was doing all this, like these are my ideas. They did the one devlog, and then the next devlog they're like, hey, people gave me suggestions that fixed the problem that I was having, like in a much better way. Like it's you can reach things that you would have never even thought to search for. It's one of the few things that ChatGPT is actually really good at, is suggesting concepts that you never would have thought of. This is getting a little bit redundant now because now I despawn all of its children, and then I also remove the collider from it if it has one, which I hope doesn't crash it if it doesn't. But I need to remove the collider because otherwise I'm attaching the collider to the main object itself, which then breaks things. How have I done this? No. Stop. Okay. We need to close you, rerun code, because we actually modified code and not assets. Yeah. Yeah. I think... And that's the advantage. It's live streams work really well if you catch them live. Live streams just suck to watch back because you lose all the interactiveness. And like you're saying, like you don't get that, you know, so many hours condensed into 10 minutes of entertainment. Instead, it becomes that you're just watching this person fuck around and you can't even scream at them that they're doing it wrong. It's like the fact that you're here now talking is kind of like the proof to that is like, yeah, this live stream is what, an hour and 15 minutes long now. It's going to be kind of boring to watch back. I run with the rule of YouTube of, or at least like a live streaming of pretend like there's people listening even when there's like nobody viewing the stream. Which, admittedly, for this stream, it's doing better than most. It's only had about 15 minutes where there's not been at least one viewer, but a lot of streams, it's like there's nobody watching, and it's really easy to get into that. Okay, well, I'll just sit and program. But then when someone does join, it's really boring. Or even worse, when someone's watching back the VOD, it's really boring because they have no idea what's going on, and I'm just sitting here quietly. Whereas this VOD, I've been like trying to explain what I'm doing the whole time, which partly results in if someone comes in midway, they like don't come into an empty live stream, and it's just silence. And also because it means when you're watching it back, you have like a better idea of what I'm talking about and what I'm doing. So we have the box. Another thing I think we need to do is specify the, because I don't actually know if I like I can't do it, can I? Because it doesn't include that. Put it up. I was gonna see if I can even hit the box. Maybe if I like, we need to go player. Okay, we're gonna go to git and commit this as asset loader working. We'll commit that just because I intend to add another feature, different, completely unrelated feature, and I want it to be its own commit. So, no clip. We need to commit player, except with player, but dynamically. No, rigid body. It's rigid body. And then we say so I'm just adding note clip so that I can turn on and off my, not necessarily the ability to fly, because technically I'm going to be lazy and not remove the ability to fly. I'm just going to be able to toggle gravity on and off, which means that in theory I'll be able to fall back down or fly. Like, because you used to be able to press the key to give you upward momentum, but in theory gravity will eventually overpower that upward momentum when you hit the ground. If you've watched any of my Minecraft clone stuff recently, well, like when I say recently, I mean like the newer of the set. I did that as my, like, when I jump, I apply like an upward velocity, and eventually the gravity overpowers the upward velocity, even though the upward velocity never disappeared. So it meant that holding the spacebar key allowed you to jump really far, but you would eventually hit the ground because it was, the gravity was stacking up, which meant eventually gravity overpowered the upward momentum you got. Okay, let me match. And then we go, you don't care, do nothing. If somehow we end up in either of those modes, do nothing. And then we want to say, if you're in dynamic, player equals rigid body fixed, and if you're in fixed, player equals rigid body dynamic. Okay, we do that. Hello, Almok. Oh. How are things going? Expected struct. Ah, right. Dereference that. Is that how that works? There. All right, and then we're going to go up here and we're going to say no clip. Dot run if Input just pressed key code. What do I want? Like F11 maybe? Oh no. Gotta love that. I mean, I woke up God knows what time, not last night, but the night before, just in a cold sweat. That was fun. And then I woke up in the morning with a cold sweat and called in work and said, yeah, I'm not coming in because I'm going to have a panic attack if I do. So that was good. Gotta love, like, waking up in the middle of the night and being like, yep, I know how my next day is going to run. So this should allow me to toggle on and off my ability to levitate. What? I mean, no clip player. Oh, it's telling me that I can remove them. Okay, I will listen to you, Clippy, because you're so obnoxious if I don't. Hit F11. Yeah, no. Alright, so if I hover above you, then I hit, come on, over, and then F11. What? Okay. Well, apparently, just not going to work. Why is it not going to work? I'm probably in kinematic. I probably didn't set it to fixed. And because I said either of those, I don't give a shit. It just ignores me. I think I set the player to kinematic. Spawn player. Yeah, I did. They need to be kinematic if I want them to move on conveyor belts and stuff, which I do in the future. But again, no clipping is going to be fixed. The player is going to normally be dynamic. I also don't know what's wrong with my obsidian. It keeps throwing that error just constantly. Oh no. No, I've locked it. Ah! Windows, give me my controls back. Don't show everything on my computer. Alright. If we come up here. See, now I'm going to orange box instead of whatever fucking color it was before. Yeah, now we're dynamic. Baby. Whoa. Missed it. See? Float up. You can still fly, but eventually, apparently, we got a lot of flying power. But eventually it'll overpower you. Okay. Wait. Wait. Hey. Okay. Lovely. So what am I gonna do? Okay. Okay, next is we need to specify the rigid body type. Which we come up here, we say cell, we say rigid body. Capsule. Really, I'm gonna call it body. It's a rigid body. And again, I'm gonna come down here, I'm gonna say body, rigid body. This one. Can I just say 30? Is it like default rigid body? Dynamic? Fixed. Can I do that? Is that a thing I can do? No? Is it FN? Fixed. Fixed nothing and return the rigid body. And then we just say rigid body. Just trying to make it that if you don't specify a rigid body, it just assumes fixed. But I don't remember how to do it. Like this? No. Is it? No. Okay. 30. Default data fields. It's default equals. Can I do rigid body fixed? Does that work? No, it does actually have to be calling fixed, which is just really weird. Quotation marks fixed. Bizarre. Here we go. It's called fixed. Okay. Then down here we need to say your body is cell body. Okay. And then in here we should be able to say that your body is just dynamic. Am I spelling that correctly? I think I can just write the word dynamic as well. I don't need to put the fixed. Okay. I think it's just like that, and then we go run, and we go. I'm loving it. I'm fucking spouting McDonald's fucking motto, but anyway. Well, it didn't seem to work. Why didn't it work? Well, it spawned it correctly. Did it? Well, we've also, again, somehow managed to end up with 2 copies of the box. It's probably because when we're spawning it, we only modified this one. And there's this one as well, which is unchanged. There we go. Thank you. Which probably broke everything. Well, hopefully this goes back to having 2 boxes again. Oh no, not having 2 boxes. We don't want 2 boxes is broken. How is my stream so far got behind? I find it so bizarre that it does that. Like, my little preview window ends up like 20-30 minutes behind, just slowly over the course of the stream. Okay, so it's definitely spawned it. It's... Oh wait, yeah, I need to actually... Why is that not working? Because at no point do we add the... I'm going to split this into its own function because I keep calling it and then not doing it properly. So we're going to say... update cell, which is going to take in commands. Be a mutable reference to commands. Target, which is an entity, and a cell, which is going to be a reference to a cell, like so. And then we do this. And then we say update cell, give it a reference to the targets is cell. And then you are just give it an asset. There you go. And then do that. Okay. So first off, we've named things wrong. So you are now target. Yeah, and then you are cell. Okay. That should be correct. I don't know why you've got a broken problem. Wait, no, you. It's called asset. Just an idiot. Just do that. Okay. Alright, that should do everything, and then we need to come up here and do the same thing. We just need to go, you need to call update cell. And then the primary thing being that we're doing this because every time I change it in one spot, I want it to change in both. And this is the best way of doing that, because now we only have a single point. To be perfectly honest, have not looked into the next generation scenes UI system. My biggest issue with Bevy at the moment is they keep breaking shit that's not broken, which admittedly is like I know how to use it and I don't have a problem with it, and then they change it and then I have no idea. Like they did the whole asset system and they overhauled the whole thing and broke one of my most elegant systems that I've ever created in my life. Like in my Minecraft clone, I used the fact that Bevy was just using U32s as handles, and it meant that I could like create a handle for a chunks mesh, knowing what the handle would be when the mesh was generated. There was no need for me to get a handle and then create a mesh or anything like that. I could go, this chunk will have this mesh, and give it a handle without needing to know in advance. No need to reserve or protect or anything. And then when the chunk could asynchronously generate the mesh, and when it was done, it said, here's the mesh and the handle. And then when I inserted it, it was done. It was amazing. And then they broke it. And then I don't think they realized that people were using that particular feature, because first off, I had at least 2 people in my Discord being like, hey, I can't even get this to update. I finally got it updated and working on the latest version. And then Bevy was saying they were going to add that functionality back in of being able to reserve a handle with a specific ID. And then it kind of broke everything again in the next update, because I fixed it in I think it was 13 I fixed it, and then they broke it in 14, or I fixed it in 12 and they broke it in 13. But it was just, it's one of those, I didn't think they needed to mess with how handles worked, and then they did. And they took away a huge feature of being able to create a handle knowing what that handle will be. And they just completely removed the ability to reserve handles of a specific ID. I understand they did it for performance reasons and stuff like that, but it's just, they keep changing shit that isn't broken. And I had someone in my YouTube comments way back on 0.9 it might have been, where I was doing the update video, and then someone was like, oh, so many meaningless updates, and they were so angry, and I was like, yeah, but it is progression. But it is really annoying when they spend ages, when you find a really elegant system and they sort of break it, and it's like, well, why did you change it? Especially when they went oh, we'll change it back. They did the same thing with schedules. I think schedules was another thing where they implemented this amazing system that broke something so badly that everyone went well, why'd you break it? So they actually reintroduced it, which was, I think, the on enter and on exit. They made them sets instead of schedules or something, and so they brought it back. That kind of thing. Of they broke something, so they re-implemented it. And I kind of wish they would stop doing that. It's you see it, you do an update, because I do all the update videos, and then you come back and it's here's a different update where we've undone it, and it's yeah. It does make me wonder how much of an influence I have as a YouTuber on the things, because there's been at least 2 or 3 things where I've done the update video and called out what I think was going to go wrong with that specific update, and then they reverted it in the next update being yeah, this went wrong. And I was I wonder if that's because I've said I don't like this, or whether it's I was actually good enough to predict what was going to annoy people about it, but preemptively, without even needing to use it to know yeah, it's gonna shit people off. Why are you not dynamic? That is my question. Oh, because I did all that changes, I still didn't. Got distracted. Down here, update cell. We only need to say insert. So we don't just insert this, we also insert this. Where is your body? Body. Add body. Then we need to wrap like this. And I also think that we should probably, despite it adding a whole archetype change, put it up here. Because it just kind of makes more sense to do it that way. And then don't insert the scene again, because we don't need 2 copies to this one. So technically this introduces second archetype change, because we insert and then we insert again, and it's not guaranteed. It would be technically faster to have this inside, but again, I don't want to have to change it in 2 places every time, so it's, for me, nicer to have it here and then down here. Do it again. Okay. It's technically the same number of archetypes exist, it's just that it goes into one archetype and then immediately gets shifted into another, which is why they bundled together all the inserts. Because originally it was you had to insert one component at a time, and it was well, technically it goes through every single possible component. Kick it. Yeah. Yes. Goodbye, box. You will be missed. I just saluted the box. You can't see me because I don't have a webcam. I'm amazed how much I act like I have a webcam when I don't and never will. Like I was pointing at my screen the other day and it was like, yeah, nobody can see me. Partly it's just for my own head to clear things up, but it's just kind of funny. Alright. So, what I'm going to be curious about is theoretically, because we've enabled that watch for changes thing, if I... Right, I should definitely fix that as well, but I don't really know how to fix that. That the camera moves when I'm... so if we just move this over here, so we can see both at the same time. If all I said... did that work? Reloads... It doesn't seem to have done shit. We're gonna get out of this box. So it didn't do anything. Is it because we didn't change this bit? There! Okay. Which makes me even more confused why it has half... It's got to be like, maybe this is the visualization and this is the actual simulation. So in theory, we could say box wide. Yeah, box wide. Well, I love fucking dynamic reloading. It's so good. I can now make my assets on the fly. Like, I don't need to load, test. I can literally edit them on the fly. So this is box small. Now, hilariously, I'm going to rename this to box small. Don't mind the talking in the background. I don't even know if you can hear it, but it's bothering me. So we call you box small, and then we go, hey, like, it changed, and then it's complaining. I don't know that it is complaining. It didn't throw an error. It just said that it's been changed. Wait a second. Is it actually... No. Okay. It knows it exists. Yeah, it's no longer updating it. That's kind of funny though. Is that it noticed that I renamed it, so it actually it's probably just detecting the... Huh? Because I don't know how it's detecting that it's changing. Maybe it checks the entire assets folder when it's watching for files. Who knows? Alright, so now we're gonna get to work, and we're just gonna... First of all, we need to update the test box thing. Wherever I was spawning in that test box, that's gonna map, isn't it? Test box. Supposed to be box dash. There we go. Okay. So we're just changing that so that it still works properly, but now we're gonna add the rest of the boxes. So we're gonna get like new file, and this is gonna be box dash long cell which is just going to be the same as you, except, you know, long. And we'll need to tweak some other stuff. So then you're going to be box wide, and your box large. Okay. So large, long, wide. Now, I'm guessing wide is going to be this part. Long, I'm guessing, is going to be this part. And then large is going to be both. Yeah, I don't know how the unscaled comes into anything because it didn't seem to change anything when I edited it, but that's using someone else's code for you. So now we need to go spawning our test boxes. Map. Okay, yeah, test assets. There we go, test box. So we need to do this 4 times, but then we need to also go like translation from x3 from no x3 x times 2. There you go. Do that and then go up 4 -2 and -4. Okay, so this should spawn in all our test boxes. So this one's small. This one is wide. This one is long. And this one is large. Okay. So the question is going to be working out which of these boxes. So I'm going to look at them. I'm going to work out which ones are wrong size. Okay. Well, I nailed those. But apparently wide is not called wide, or does not update its name. No, it's large. So is large just not called large? Or it's large. Hey, okay. FPS 11, escape. Okay, so I can push them around. Meow. Okay. I guess next we move on to let's read F11 so we don't keep falling down. Implementing floors maybe. So there's a 4x4 floor. That's kind of the issue, is that there's a 1x1 floor as well, but like they're not on a grid, which means that like you're in the middle of those, which is not fun. I also feel like this is going to get really laggy if I try and spawn like an actual warehouse of floors. So what I might do is not give them colliders. That's not really going to work. I was thinking I could not get them colliders and just do like this, like a big floor plane. And say like all the floors are solid. The smart thing to do would also just like mesh some of the walls, like these ones. I guess the question is like, how much can I stick into a world without it lagging? We probably need to make the player smaller. How do we make the player smaller? Because like all the blocks are quarter width. All the conveyor belts will be quarter width. I'm trying to think how big we make the player so that they're not. Because like, at the moment they're a giant running around on these conveyor belts, but like I also don't want to make them like the same size as the boxes. Those boxes are going to be really big. But maybe that's what I do. Well, the other thing is I can also just scale the boxes down, scale the conveyor belts up. I think we'll scale the conveyor belts up. That seems like a good idea. So that's probably something else we should add to the what have I done? So we're just gonna untick everything. Maybe here we can say added no clip, and then this, and say added boxes. There you go. Alright, so what be next? I guess a scale. Because like it kind of makes sense that I'd want to be able to scale things dynamically. So that's just an I think everything's gonna scale linearly, so you know. Like squarely. Like I don't think we need to give you the ability to scale things unsquarely. And again, we're gonna say we don't want you to default to 0. Oh god. This looks like I can do it. I just gotta say rigid body fixed. Nope. But you can do that. But there is okay. Cool. So just curious. Does an F32 have a function called but? Nope. Try brute forcing. Nope. Okay. Does the 30 default use the default value? Okay. So what it looks like is 30 is really annoying, and we have to be like FN1. It just returns 1. There we go. 1. Like we have to actually have a function. We can't just do something else. Okay. Then down here it says yeah. Okay. And then we're gonna say scale is cell dot scale. Okay. There we go. Okay. And then somewhere when we do like update, we need to say oh, that's gonna be a pain, isn't it? So we need to make a struct. It needs to be a component. This is more me being like, this is the best way to get around this without having to come up with some fucking really stupid, like, in-depth way. Is it a component? It's gonna be set. Not static. Set scale. And click on F32. And then we say you insert that, you say set scale. That's what does scale. Okay. Alright, yeah, I have that in 2 places now. Cool. Alright, and then we're gonna say fn update scale. And this is gonna go through we need the entity, the transform, and the set scale, middle. And then we go, oh, we also need commands, yes, commands. And these need to be, technically doesn't need to be added or set or anything, because I'm going to remove the for entity transform scale in objects. Alright, and I'm going to say transform dot scale equals vec3, not vec2, vec3 splat scale dot 0. We need to mark as minimal. Like so. And then we say commands dot entity dot remove that scale. Okay, and we call that I guess post update. I hope nobody can hear shit in the background. It's just can't really be bothered stopping the stream. It's been like, this is the first stream that I've had like numerous people for a long period of time, so I'm gonna stop early. You can just deal with the noise in the background, which you know, could end up biting me in the ass, but you know, keeping me motivated on working on the project. Also, YouTube seems to have gone back to its broken ways. It's telling me I've got 83 views. In my last stream, I only got like 14 views or something over like 3 or 4 hours, but like the average view time is really high. Or higher, I guess. I think it's YouTube fixing the issue where if like someone refreshes the page, it counts as a new view. But it doesn't seem like that. Yeah. I completely forgot what I was implementing. Doing something to do with the scale, right? We can set a scale. Which interestingly, I think means that if we go over here and we say like box large and we say scale and we say like 10, expecting a comma. Oh god, a big box now. I can still push it around. Okay. I'm gonna click on a big box. Okay. That's nice. So that means that all the conveyor belts and stuff can be scaled up. It also means that like the floor tiles can now be scaled like to fill a void, and I can do like a rudimentary style of gritty meshing, where instead of like actually gritty meshing, you know, that you can just specify that from here to here is one big fucking square and then a little square. Okay. Biggest issue is that I think they're at 0, which means if you scale, maybe they are at 0. This is because if you scale them, they're gonna like move downward, I guess. I don't know, we'll have to give that a test. So I guess what's next is the floor. Close this and go new file, floor.cell. Then we just copy this, paste this. Could have just copy pasted the whole thing. So I have no idea where it fits. Cover bar, upper door, floor. Okay, so it's literally just called floor. So F L W R floor, and then by looking at it, it's double the size. Right. Is there a quad collider? I feel like it needs a quad collider. Like a collider with 0 height, because the one I'm using for the floor is just a scaled down cube, but it doesn't actually work because it's got a thickness, and I'm pretty sure that this doesn't like if you set the thickness to 0 of a cube. So what I've got to do is go like collider. Q ball capital. Okay. Rather than fucking around trying to work out which one's the right one, we're gonna go over here. We're gonna say maybe okay, getting started. Collider, and then you go. See, you could do a triangle mesh, but I don't think the triangle mesh is the most effective way of doing it. And if I set it's wide and then go 0, it's gonna have issues. I don't know. This is not the right project. We can set it to 0 and see what happens, but I'm pretty sure it breaks. Because when we scale it, it's gonna not work. No, you got a map. We have to go like, where's our test thing? Somewhere. There is our spawn test. There we go. We're gonna say, yeah, you can be spawning all the boxes. I don't give a shit. Floor. Okay, so floor, and then we, yeah, it's also floor. Like so. It's good, like, why am I just don't want them putting on top of each other because I know it'll just fire off into the distance. We also don't want the floor to be dynamic because and we also want it to scale. Alright. So this will tell us, well, a lot. But the idea is that the floor, yeah, weird. It'll tell us if the mesh is actually at the center of the object. Oh, nope, there's the big fucking block. Yeah. Oh, look, the collider and the mesh are still on top of each other. That's good. And we split them down -4, so that means, like, we do this. Let's stay on this. Put it around. Hey, that's pretty good. So, I guess next is to add walls. Is there like corner walls? I don't think there is actually. It's a bit odd. Like there's no, or is that this? Is this an internal corner? I guess this is an internal corner. It's like a collider. Yeah, so that's an internal corner, and that must be the external corner. Right? They've got like holes in them to let conveyor belts through, so they're not really external corners. Right, like you see what I'm saying? Like they're not. Not exactly what I mean. Anyway, next is to add whatever the fuck that is, which I guess is a wall. So we're gonna copy floor. I'm gonna rename you. You just gonna be called wall. Now, walls, I'm gonna have to actually do a collider, which is in some ways gonna be fun, but also in others not fun. What do I mean by this? I mean I'm gonna have to what do we want to offset you? Okay. I think maybe 5.25. That seems like a good number. You 4, and you're going to be 0. Okay. Actually, that's not going to be right. It's going to be 0 and it'll be 5.25 over there because of the direction it's facing. Is it just called wall? Door, floor, cover, structural wall, I'm guessing. Structural wall, and then we need a wall. There we go. Wall. Okay. And then I'm gonna go back up the map. Somewhere we have a commented a piece of code. This. Now, this is where the fun begins. You're missing a whole bunch of things now, which is like body, dynamic, rigid body. No, dot cell is the asset that I wrote during the stream. So if you, because this, I mean, the stream's only 2 hours long. I don't know how I've got so much done in such a little amount of time. Usually it takes me a little longer. But if you skip back maybe an hour, I think it was about an hour into the stream, I started writing an asset. Let's see if I can find the stuff. Somewhere. So I created an asset loader, and then I implemented asset loader on that asset loader, and then wrote this little function that basically converts all the data I need. And then I'm just expanding it as I need. So like this is all the serialized data, and then this is the actual asset that's loaded into the game. I've got 2 functions down here on change, which is if I update the asset, this updates the entity. And then what's the other one? The other one's called like onload. And onload is if you spawn it without the asset being loaded, it won't work because it can't access the data yet. So when the asset's loaded, the on change will have already fired and gone, hey, this asset doesn't exist. So then the onload will take care of spawning it instead of. The other option would be to force this just to change it instead of like actually spawning it itself, but that just seems stupid. So instead it's just this one goes through any onload events and spawns it. This one goes through on change events and changes it. And then they both call the update cell, which just applies the logic to apply it to an entity, which more or less results in cleaning up all the old stuff and starting again, because it's not actually doing proper update logic. It's just basically despawning it as little. It's yeah, despawning as little as possible and then re-implementing as much as it can. Dynamic scale is 1. Collider offset none. And then the collider itself on this particular case is going to be a mesh collider. Mesh. Convex hull? It's not a convex hull. Rounded convex hull. That seems like fun. Collider shape. The fuck? Computed collider shape. Triangle mesh. Now for the fun part. We have to make a Bevy mesh that we can pass into this collider to become a collider mesh. So that I can copy paste it into a file. Okay, so we're gonna say like, let mesh equals mesh node. Primitive topology, line list, stripe list, point list, triangle list, triangle list, which is what this one is, try mesh. Okay, and then asset usage, is it? Yeah, asset usage. Render. Render asset usage is fuck it can be all. This is literally just a debug function to get it to print shit out for me. Okay, and then we need to go let vertex equal it needs to be let mute loading. So I don't actually know where all the vertexes are, and I may very well have to just, depending on how this outputs them, if they're in a fucking format that I can actually read, but it's going to be something like, I'm just opening the game so I can actually look at it. So I don't know where 0, 0 was on this. I'm assuming 0, 0 is somewhere like here. So if I go plus a half, because the boxes, I know it's definitely in the middle of the box, which I guess in some ways, well, actually technically it's the bottom of the box, but like in the center of the bottom of the box, which tells me that it's probably in the center middle here. So we want to go like, and that bottom square here, this little square, I'm going to guess, because the same size of the box is 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5. So what that means is that I should be able to say like vec, and we should be able to like guess most of the vertex positions, and then just tweak them, I guess. So we're gonna need, what the fuck are vertex positions in? Like vec 3s, aren't they? Like this. And then I'm going to go each triangle. Maybe? No, because I need to actually map the positions. So what it's really going to boil down to is we're going to have 4 quads. But I need to map them as triangles because that's how Bevy does it. So you can be my bottom front. So I'm guessing you're going to be 0.5. No, X is going to be 2.5. 0 on the Y, and 0.25. No, 5 positive? Negative. Who knows? The beauty of it is that I'm... Okay, so what we can conclude is that this one and this one are going to be 0. And then this one and this one are going to be negative. Alright, so that should be 4 corners of that bottom cube. Then technically this cube's going to share 2 of these. Actually, technically this cube doesn't exist. Because again, it's that fun thing of they can share vertices, which means that really we should just copy paste this down. Like, so it's going to be a funky goddamn ordering, but we just kind of want to get it rendered more than anything else. And then technically these 2 would be negative. And then if we look at this, what do I reckon? What's that? Like 1, 2, 3, 4 times height. So if we said that's like 4, 4, 4, and 4, like that. That should be all our vertexes. Next is to go with the tries, and then just going to equal again just the vec like so, and then we're going to say something like mesh dot insert indices. Indices U32, I guess. Not vertices, indices. Or indexes, because that's, you know, also spelled completely wrong, because... forget. There we go. Who doesn't love a good copy paste? I'm going to say mesh dot insert attribute mesh. Mesh, no, capital M, mesh, attribute position, and then values is vertexes. Okay, and then you need a reference to mesh, like so. Now, and then we go like say dot unwrap, and this will tell us if we've done something wrong because it'll panic. Okay, so you don't need to be able because we hard code it more. All right, so what we can conclude is we need a triangle 0, 1, 2, and a triangle. I think it's 1, 2, 3. What's nice about this? Don't care about the order, because, well, I do care about the order, but like, I don't have to worry about if they're going clockwise or counterclockwise or anything like that, because I'm not rendering them. They're a collision mesh. So next would be the ones that are at 0. So we need to say that is 2, 3. So 8 of them, so it's 2, 3, 6. And then it's 2, 3, 6, which means it would be 6, 7, 3. 6, 7, 3. Okay. Is that how the other one goes? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. 0, 1, 2, 1, 2, 0. I think that's correct. 0, 1, 2. 0, 1. Yeah. 0, 1, 2. And then I don't think it's that. I think it's 2, 2, 3, 0. I think it's that actually. Oh no, don't format on me. I'm trying to map things out in my mind. Then with that monstrosity, we need to just draw that quick triangle, 2 triangles on top. So they would be 5, 6. No, it's 4, 5, 6. And then what's the pattern? What's the pattern? Up, up, up. So it would be 6, 7, up, up, and then start. Well, it's interesting because that would imply it's 1. And then you would be 6, 7, 5. Let's map this out. So 4, 5, 6. That also assumes that I'm going them around in a circle. 4, 5, 6. 6, 7, 5. That's incorrect. Be 6, 7, 4. Yeah, I think it's this 0, and then you would also 3. I think you'd be 6, 7, 2. Because I think it's 2, 3, 2, 3, 6, 6, 7, 2. I think that should be correct. And then we run this, and then we're going to copy paste this into the file so that we can get it into the game. And then once it's in the game, God, it's got so many zeros as well. What the fuck is this? What the fuck? All right. Collider. Oh god, this is dumb. This is the situation where I should almost certainly be storing this data as how I've just written it out in the code there. Almost certainly, it's better to store it in the code and just call that a tri-mesh and not have it just write my own SIRD implementation, because that is a ridiculous amount of code considering that is what generated it. It's just this. Okay. Because all I really need is the ability to change the order of which they appear. So I might have to do that next because this seems a bit absurd. Like I was hoping that it would be small enough that I could tweak these fucking values and actually be able to see what it's doing. Am I not spawning a wall? I thought I was spawning a wall. I am spawning a wall. Why did you have an issue? Where is your corresponding closing? There, which means we probably just didn't. Look, there's the fucking data vertices. Fuck, oh my god, it's so dumb. Am I just short one? Is that what I've done wrong? Possibly. It threw an error. Missing scale in collider. Okay. Wait. Does that just mean I didn't copy all the code? I stopped at scale because I thought scale was... Alright, that would explain it. I just want to make sure it works first. But yeah, I'm almost certainly going to have to rewrite that because that is horrendous. It's so horrendous. I love it. So I'm almost certainly better off just generating a new one. Hey, look. I got it backwards. Dun, dun, dun! It's also only 3 tall. But yeah, we're gonna rewrite that bit of code because it's gonna be a pain in the ass to tweak that at all. So what we'll do is it means that we're gonna have a collider asset type instead, which probably should have done as soon as I realized that it stores way too much data. So we're gonna say enum collider. We'll call it collider asset, even though it's not actually an asset. So that's our actual cell. Somewhere we have a cell asset, don't we? Yeah, cell asset, which is going to have a collider asset, which means that you need to derive, serialize and deserialize. And then we're also going to import into, well, I guess from, because I think from automatically implements into, whereas it doesn't necessarily go the other way. Match value. Okay, so I guess first things first, we want to match the cuboid wherever we had that cuboid. So the fun. You have a cuboid. Cuboid holds a vector 3. Maybe a cuboid should hold an X. With God damn it, brain. F32. With height, like, okay, like this, and then this, and then we go empty field, and then we say you return a collider cuboid, and that's going to be width divided by 2, height divided by 2, length divided by 2. Alright, so there's our cuboid. And we only use cuboids and mesh at the moment. Now, mesh is going to have... Where'd the hell that test function go? Somewhere. I closed it away. Vertexes, which is going to be a vec of arrays of 32 by 3s, and then indexes, which is vec. Of, let's just call them U16 and say, fuck it, you cannot go that big. I don't know if U16s are slower or faster or what, but just gonna go like, let's compact the data size. Why use U32s when we can use U16s? And then I guess this one technically would be ladder asset mesh vertex is vertex, and indices is just indices. So and then we're just going to say don't turn it into a mesh first. I don't need this for later, but let's just do that. And then go comment all of this out, because that's how we will use it later. Because we still need it in that format to actually use the collider, but we're just going to export it in that format. You're going to complain about this, and you're going to say, right, mesh vertexes, indices, both do this, grab that, do that, save it so that it unwraps properly, and then we have the collider mesh from Bevy mesh, pass in a reference to the mesh, and then collider shape compute collider shape triangle mesh. Okay, and then you just return that. We're just gonna say unwrap for now. In theory, it should never be able to fail, but I actually don't know what would cause it to fail. There needs to also be a reference or something. Okay, and then this is because we've called it's called vertexes now. Okay, and then that turns into that. Okay, then we come down here and we go into. See, that wasn't hard. And then what that should translate to is oh, we were supposed to run the plugin, because now it's going to bitch about not being able to read the asset. We were supposed to run this and copy paste it. Yeah, so just gonna run this. I've been absolutely fucking eaten alive by mosquitoes at the moment. Okay, here we go. So we're just gonna replace collider like so, and then we go wall, and then we go this absolute massive wall of text can go away. Because it gets replaced with that, which is equivalent data, which is hilarious. Anyway, what did we conclude? We concluded also that the 0.5s need to be flipped. That's why it was going the wrong way, and the 4s need to be made to 3s. I also think it was the wrong scale, but that could have absolutely nothing to do with my mesh, and it could instead be to do with the boxes. See, now it's the right height. So, annoyingly, that implies that it's not sitting at 0. I'm just gonna point this in the right direction. I'm gonna open up my code terminal on the this is the wrong one, isn't it? Yeah. It's this one. Shooter. And then we're gonna go over here. I'm just gonna have it so we can see the thing. And I'm gonna go, if I widen all of these 0.5s too far, they should all be the right width now. Yeah. Oh, look, there it is. For some reason, its fucking floor position is right in the middle of the floor, which is annoying. It's also broken everything else, hasn't it? Because, god damn it. Just gonna copy, and then so long as it's right, there's also should be need to double that as well. I've just remembered that I did that. Because I'm feeding in the half length now instead of the whole length, means that what the asset reads as the whole length, not the half length anymore. I guess is the correct way of phrasing that. Means that I need to double the measurements because, you know, I decided to be cheeky with that, I guess. I don't know. Expected identifier wide box asset run failed. Expected identifier. The fuck do you mean expected identifier? Alright, anyway, let's go back to working on this collider for a second. So first off, the collider needs an offset. Also, I probably shouldn't be putting collider offsets on everything that doesn't need collider offsets. Like the floor, it doesn't need a collider offset. Get rid of it. Oh yeah, it also does need a collider value. I'm pretty sure the floor was 1 by 1. Okay. Expect identifier. Is it missing vec 3? Is that something? No. Expected colon? I mean expected fucking colon. I'll have to export something again to get a reference for it. It's doing my head in. This is the one annoyance with using Ron, is that it's not the best at telling you what's wrong. Alright. Offset is in the y direction. I think it's 0.5. Yeah, there we go. Now our mesh is in the right spot. And that means that it's actually 1, 1, 1, and 1. Ta-da! Magic. Now we have a wall collider. And the beauty of the wall collider is that it's actually in the right spot. Now, something seems slightly off about this, considering I've scaled it 4 times. Wait, we need to go back over here. No, we scaled it 10 times. I want to scale it 2 times. Yeah, 2 times seems good. We need to make the player not so tall and definitely not so chubby. We also need to offset their head so it's actually at the head spot, but that can be done later. Alright, so our wall is fixed. We just need to export like a cuboid into the right actual format. That is not the right file. This one's the right file. Plus. There we go. So we need to make map and we need to go, hello, yes, please export me a collateral asset cuboid for the width. Oh, it's because I gave them fucking names. Fuck you, I kind of just want to call them nothing because it's nicer. It's nicer that way. It's so nice. Kind of just want to say, fuck it. Just put a vec 3. Just put a vec 3. What did you spit out? I need to name them, don't I? You just print line. Okay, yeah. So I need to actually say cuboid width, height, length. I think laziness wins out. We're just gonna say fuck you, you're a vec 3, and then down here, it's just that's hello size, and then you're just size.x, size.y. I just don't want to make them again. There you go. Hey. Okay, and then fuck you. We're just gonna comment this out because again, this piece of code exists purely just for debugging, just for getting it to display what it is, so I can copy paste it. So the fact that it's broken at the moment doesn't matter because I am not intending to use it for a while. Not until I include something, any type of collider, I guess, something that needs me to export. Oh god, the big box, it fell out. Hello. Kind of need you to be like -4, but that's something I can. Wall. Hello. I need to say your transform. Oh, it's that explains it. That's why you're all the way up there. So scale. No, not 8.5. 5.5. Does that put you on the border? No. Okay. Does that put you on the... No, that's fucking 6. Okay. Hello. You are a wall. Okay. I've also definitely done that wrong. Because it's like a cross lattice. So I'm guessing you're supposed to be a 1. Which means that I guess the rest of them were correct, so it's not 1, it's 2, 3, 6, 3, and then you're 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, 5. Because they're obviously going to follow the same recurring pattern. Yeah, there we go. Now, the thing with that is that I don't think you should be the one doing the scaling. It's more actually what. Because I have just realized that, like, I'm scaling the actual asset itself, which means if you wanted a 1x1 wall, it's a separate asset than a 2x2 wall, which in reality, it's more the map code that generates the map that should be scaling them so that, like, I can be like, make this wall wider, longer. Longer would be weird because it would stretch out the bits. Interesting. I don't know. I want to work on the guns, but I also feel like I should finish the map first, like the map editing ability. I also feel like this scale was weird. I definitely think the scale should still exist because, again, like the conveyor belts need to be scaled up. Just to not, they should, like, they're just too small. But maybe that's just because, like, I'm not at the right height for them. Because if I make the player smaller, which I'm going to do right now, because I keep saying I'm going to do it and then just not doing it. So spawn player. So first off, it has we want a length of 1 and a radius 0.5, which I think actually makes our player too tall because it puts the 2 radiuses on the bottom. Like, so you get a radius, and then a length in between. So a length of 1 and a radius of a half is 2 halves and a whole, which just makes me 2 high and one wide because it's a radius. Where the hell is that wall? Oh, it's fucking up there. Okay. Well, let's go to our map where we spawn our map. Wall needs to be at -4 and like 5.5. Alright, let's see if I can work out how to get poles to work in this thing. I'm just gonna like whack up a pole that's like that should work. I mean, there's only like 3 people here, but we can work on adding guns. The idea being that I could just make like this floor tile like scaled like 100. And so like I saw that I stopped falling off it when I'm running around. And then, you know, make it so that the player has a gun in their hand, you can see it. Maybe add the guns to these things so that they have like actual, like, you can pick them up. And the other option is map editor. So like basically, I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Like maybe like a row of things on the bottom that you can add, but like the idea being that like maybe add a clickable thing that you can like click and drag that to extend like the wall and raise the height of the wall. I don't think I should make the wall scalable that way. I think it should, but even scaling them that way is gonna fucking make it weird because it's gonna make this taller. Like I'd have to break it down to make it better. Alright, I got 1 vote for map editor. Hey, maybe it's more than 1 vote, just 100% of the votes. Let's see, does it tell me? 2 votes. So everyone wants a map editor. Nobody wants guns. I go to show my community. Like everyone else, anywhere else on the internet be like, yeah, fucking put the gun so it's actually fun. But it's like, nah, now we want to see a map editor. All right. Well, there's only 3 people here, so even if the other person voted guns, they couldn't possibly win the vote. All right, so we add a map editor. So how to add a map editor? Well, we need to have some kind of map loading, I guess. So I guess we get a map and we'll add like a tile. Alright, so that's something else to add maybe to the cell. But that's more something you gotta do like see, I want the cells to stay as modular assets, so alright. So we have our cells, and then I guess what we need to do is be all like so the scale's there for scaling the base model, I guess. So can scale or can tile. Yeah, can tile. And then X well no, this isn't tile direction. X, Y, and Z. So the idea is well, I need like to be like a bitmap. I don't know how to do that. Is there a crate? Bit flag. Crate? I think it's bit flag, isn't it? We're adding complexity now. Okay. So don't mind me copying and pasting shit from crates. So bit flag. You do that. And then I want you to be a U8. Okay. Alright, so this is X, Y, Z, all. The fuck? Well, it's not struct flags, it's tile direction. Thank you very much. Yes, you go away. Okay. So something about a conflicting implementation. Excuse me. Have you changed something about how you work and just not? It probably means it's like a new version. I'm gonna say like, can we fuck all of this off then? Well, it's already got an all. Const all. There we go. I don't know what I'm doing. Reflect. Ignore. It does not reflect. We needed a right default. Not default. Default. And that's also very much the wrong button. Thank you. What do we got down here? Yep, okay. So can tile is the same as cells.can tile. But we just need to add cells.can. It's getting a bit messy. We should probably move some of this stuff into its own modules. Because it's going to be hard to find stuff. Power direction. Okay, cool. Because power direction doesn't implement serialize and deserialize. So deserialize. Don't know how that's gonna work. Let's open the stream back up. Make sure nobody's chat. Okay. So. We should probably say mod. Something like asset loading. And then move like everything that's asset loading related. So cell isn't asset loading related. Neither is the bit flag. Yeah, the collider asset is, the foam collider is, the test thing is, that is, the asset loader is, the loading assets is, the bundle isn't, I'm gonna say neither of that, no that is. Alright, and then we go asset loading, paste all the shit in, and then we just need to be like, use Bevy, weird. We also need to use Bevy rapier prelude. What else are we missing? Just a bunch of stuff that we imported randomly. Just go to map. Just take all of this and put it in here. Thank you. Why? When do we use Kraken Core F32? What the fuck's that used for? So that's it's an import super. You're also in super, so yeah, super please. Okay, and then we need to make. For some reason you're saying these are never used. Oh, because that's never used. Yeah. Okay. That's never used. So you're public. Public to the crate, not to everything. I guess we'll make cell public because I really can't be bothered dealing with fucking. You can just be public for all I give a shit. And then your asset loading. All right. Does that everything? Okay. Cool. So to add map editor, let's make a module map editor. Okay. Now, annoyingly, we're gonna have to make like a second thing that's gonna be called like map saver or something. Okay, so this is gonna immediately have another module called you know what, fuck it, you don't get a file like this, you get a folder. It's the map editor is gonna be complicated by no necessity, except I kind of want to make a half decent map editor, and that's gonna require me to break everything up. So I'm gonna say like mod map loading. Well, I guess map. Say, yeah. We're gonna work kind of back. Map loading. So we're gonna make it that you have to a certain extent, handcraft a map. Not really handcraft a map, but like, I'm gonna do it in such a way that I can write a map and load it, and then we'll work out a way of editing, not necessarily the file, but like the representation of what this data is storing. So we're gonna have a struct, and this is gonna be map data. Okay, so the obnoxious part is that I kind of want to say something like we have all our cell types, but I also again want cell types to be somewhat dynamic, so it's gonna be more like a It's not a hash map. God damn it. Okay, so we're gonna say map main. Okay, so we need a tile. So a tile is gonna have a scale. No, see, tile needs to go into the actual map editor. So I was going to put it in the map level because I was like, you can spawn tiles, but it's not. It's a map editor specific thing because once they spawn in, I don't want to have an entity that has a scale attached to it. When that should be the transform. Like that is the transform. Like tiles should contain all the information about a entity in relation to its map position, but while it's an entity, it doesn't need to know that because it's all encoded anyway. So struct tile. So what do we need to know about a tile? We need to know its cell, which is going to be a string. Because, funnily enough, we're going to use strings, not an enum, depressingly. But because it'll allow us to, I guess, our true map editing, where you could like create a new tile by just writing a cell file, and it'll have a new cell. Like you could define multiple instances of the same thing. You don't have to stick to the rules. Whereas if I did an enum, every time you wanted to add a new cell, you'd need to recompile. It's like, no. If you just make a new asset, you can now use that asset. Scale. So we need to have the scale of vec3. Just a vec3. Transform. Why don't we just... Does Bevy... Derive I think Bevy has some kind of first off, we just need to use the prelude. Whole prelude. We may as well just grab the whole transform because otherwise we're going to end up saving the rotation, orientation, and everything. The only thing I was thinking is I kind of want the rotation to be snapped, but fuck it, you can rotate to anything you want. I don't give a shit. Bow for now, that's all the tile needs to be. And then map data is just going to be a vector tiles, which is just going to be a vector of super tiles. Right, like this, and then we need to derive 30 serialize 30 deserialize. Really, map data again should be up here. Map data is not specific. Like saving and loading will both use the same map data. It's not something that I have to encode. So it's when we load a map, we need to have a function fn load map. Alright. So we're gonna say okay, maybe we go map editor. We say plugin. You can tell that I'm designing this as I go because I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. I'm just bouncing around as I try and design an entire system in my head and then implement it while still being entertaining to like the whole 4 people that are watching the stream. So, you know, so we had a so we add, and then we, right. And then we need to map load. So this needs to be public. So what I want to do is go like app.add systems, right? And then it's going to be on update, right? And then we're going to say this will run map load, load map dot run if resource added, I guess. And that resource will be is on a map load. We're gonna, I think I've done this before. I'm not 100%. Struct load map string. Witchcraft. God damn it. Use Bevy preload. Okay. So we're gonna have our load string. And this also needs to be public. And the way it's gonna work is basically when you add the load string, that's why it's added. Otherwise you could do when changed. Load map. So when that resource is added, fucking go here. Map doesn't have. It does have a plugin. Okay. Add plugins. Map editor. Plugin. Okay. So it really does nothing right this very second. But when we pass in this, okay, so you are gonna say map to maybe res load map. Now, here's the interesting thing. Because we kind of need to turn map data into an asset. Oh god. Okay, so we need to yeah, again, if you can't tell, I have no fucking idea what I'm doing. So we're gonna go with an enum. This is gonna be map load state. Okay, so we have loading, spawning, loaded. Alright, so God, I'm dying now. You know what? You didn't even do this. Fuck you. Cut. Add plugins. Map load plugin. Why? Because all the map loading stuff really should be in here, and it should be agnostic to everything else. So like, there's no reason that anything related to loading the map should be accessible from outside. Okay. Add system. So you just called load map. Oh god, I'm dying. Load map. Okay, so why do you not know? Mismatch type. Oh, because you need to not return it. Okay, so you add your plugin, and then with your added plugin, apparently nothing calls it. You called it. Why do you think nothing? Okay, weird. So then, can I go like and? No, like with n. Okay. And then doesn't then work. In state. Loaded. Map state loaded. You need to derive state. That's one thing you need to do. You also need to clone. Clone, copy, debug. Fuck me, everything. Hash. Clone, debug, hash, equal, bar equal. Is that everything? Somehow I managed to remove it. Curly brace. It's fine. Okay. So, resource added. So if we chuck in a load map and it's in the state loaded, the primary reason we need to check to see if it's in the state loaded is we don't want to try and load another map if a map's already loading. We then need like a resource. Current map, which is going to hold a handle to map data. Yeah, which you're going to tell me that map data is not an asset. Yep, cool. So you need to derive asset. Asset, which I think means you need reflect. Which means the tile needs reflect, wherever the fuck you are. You need reflect as well. Now, tile should be easy because it just transforms a string, so you should be okay. So, current map. So what do you do? Well, you need access to the asset server as well. Res asset. So, no, assets, asset. And then all this does is say, and we need also next state. Mute next state map state. Need to be mutable so I can edit easily. Okay, so then we say we also I guess need the current map as well, which is res mute current map. Okay, so first things first, we say current map dot 0 equals asset server dot load map to load dot 0. Next dot set map state loading. Okay. So next we say up. No, we don't need to be public. Stop making everything public. All right. Next. It's 3 votes. Okay, 3 votes for map editor. Continue working on it. I'm gonna leave that up because if enough people come in and vote for guns, I'm gonna swap to guns just to fuck with everyone. Even though I'm already working on my way through. Cannot do. Yeah. No, decline. Oh no, actually just reference it. You just need a reference to a string. You'd be right. Okay. So next is wait for loading. So this is going to need asset server current. Except you don't need a immune because it's current. You should current. Okay. So that's our current map. And then what we're going to do is we're going to say if asset server dot is loaded with dependencies current dot id. I'm going to have to go get myself a drink of water in a second because I'm going to fucking start hacking my guts up. next dot set map spawning, right? And here's the fun part. No method named id. It's current.0. Oh, it's the wrong spot. 0. Okay, okay. So waiting for loading. So we got this monstrosity, and then we got wait for load dot run if in state map load state loading. So if it's currently loading, wait for it to finish loading. If it's finished loading, swap into spawning. Then we say spawn map. This takes in commands. Oh. Yep, mute command. An asset server. An asset server. And that kind of should be it. We should be able to just... Oh, we also... Yeah, we need the current. Because that's the map we're loading, and we also need map data, which is res assets map data. I think that should work. Okay, and then we say let data equal map data.get current.0.id else error map should be return. Oh, we need to set state as well. Okay. Okay, so then that is going to say some. That's our map data. And then we're going to go for tile in data dot iterate dot. Why can't I read you? That's because it's tiles. So then we say commands.spawn cell map cell bundle. Okay. Transform is tile dot. Oh, not try. Tile dot transform. Cell is asset server dot load. Tile dot cell. Reference to it, please. Interesting. Okay, and then dot everything else. And then if you do finally get to here, we say next dot set map state loaded. And then we're going to assign a default. Default. All right. So what this should do is, by moving through 3 distinct states, when we say stick in a thing that says load this map, it'll then go, it'll run through, it'll load the map, right? And then once the map, so once we've called the map to load, we change our state to loading. Now, once we've started loading, we wait for the loading to finish. We just literally like busy poll at every frame. We go, hey, have you done loaded? Once it's done loading, we then spawn the map. So that should go in here as well. Spawn. Right, and then we say dot run if in state map load state spawn. I don't think it should be called spawning, but anyway, I can't be bothered. Okay, so if we're in loaded, you can add a new map. If we're not in loaded, you can't. And then in state load. Okay. So, in reality, we should probably just say only run this one in state loaded. I just don't like the idea of it running it every time. And then it should check where the fuck load map is. If load if map2 load change is changed. Return. Okay. So basically this is just me being paranoid and saying, like, if for some reason you try to load a new map while the current map is loading, it'll finish loading the current map and then load the new map. The other way is to say this doesn't have an in-loading check, but that's basically what this does. Is since is changed will only get updated when the system actually runs, means that until you're back in the loaded state, this won't get updated, and therefore it'll, as soon as you finish loading a map and a new map is ready, it'll start spawning the new map. Now, when we spawn the map, we should probably also spawn the map. We should go back up to the map editor. Actually, we may even go one layer higher and go back up to the map. And we should say, like, derive component struct map root. Okay. Why have a map root? Basically, the map root's just a point. Start spawn spatial bundle default map. The map root's just going to be a way. Let me finish writing this function so I can fucking think. Yeah, I need to call that every fucking time. The map root will mean that when I go to clean up the map, I can just be like, grab the map root, delete everything. I don't have to be like labeling everything as having a specific cell. And then, so we also need to make sure that we've got everything done. So what we need to do is also, we need to init state map load state. Okay, so that's initializing the map load state. Cool. What else? We need to insert resource. Insert resource load map. Map. Alright, we're gonna say down here. Is it a comma? I don't know. No. Also wrong. I don't know what that's how you do it. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to initialize the limit, and then we're going to say current map. Current map. Okay, and you do like default. Okay, so menu.map. Okay, so we're gonna do the assets, we're gonna say new, we're gonna say maps. Just the naming convention. I don't know why I picked that naming convention. Menu, because it's also lowercase menu, the naming convention. Naming convention. Okay, so another thing that a map should have is spawn, which is going to be a transform, like so. Why do that? Because that means that when we come over here and we say, when we spawn the map, this is also we're gonna say reset player. Okay, and then we're gonna say query transform with player. Why do I not have the option? Weird. Yeah, but this doesn't exist, but it does. Like it's like main. Betcha it's got something to do with the fact that it's inside something, which means that first off we need to make player public. Can you reach it now? I don't remember how privacy hierarchy rules work. God damn, I'm fucking dying though. Import. Yeah. Player. So reset player. I'm gonna say for we need current map as well. Okay, map data and current map. And then we say for player. We need to get the data. Data some data equal that data get current dot zero dot id else error map should be loaded return, and then we say dereference player equals data dot spawn. Okay, and then reset player. Wait, you don't run if no, you're both of these are gonna get their own. I don't want them running twice, so they go into add systems on enter map loading state spawning. Kind of make a little bit more sense to call it spawning now. Don't run if you're in the state spawning, because you're in the state spawning. Fuck off. Reset. Okay. The idea is that at the moment there's only one spawn point, but in the future I might make it so you could have multiple. Oh no, the guns are making a comeback. I'll make it so that you can have like multiple spawn points, so the player may spawn in different places, or maybe like depending on what the team, that kind of thing. So that's why like the map it's just a sequence of tiles, and then I'm like, oh well, I'll add spawn points. Like that's why it's its own data, not just purely tiles. So map. So if we look at other cells, so we need to go curly braces, and then we need to go spawn. Spawn, but then go curly braces. Yeah, no, we're gonna just gonna cheat and take that fucking same approach as we did before, where we go here, we're gonna go test, and we're gonna say anything print map data. Okay, so we need to spawn, and the spawn is going to be transform default. Is it identity? Identity. Alright, and then tiles is going to be a vec. And then tile. We should also fix the floor. This is scale of 10. I think the wall at a scale of 2 was actually pretty good. Same with the floor at a scale of 2. So that would imply that that's the default floor scaling. Oh fuck, I'm dying. What was I doing? Cell, and the cell is going to be floor.cell, and then the transform is going to be transform identity. Alright, so the floor is at 0, 0. You don't like that. String. Okay, so that's how that's going to work. And then next we're going to have we need 4 walls. Alright, so except I don't want you to be identity actually, I want the floor to have a scale. Scale. Vector 3. No. 10. I don't know what size the floor is. What size have I said the floor is? 1. But we've just scaled it, so now the floor is 2. Okay. Well, don't give this. Okay. Give this scale 0. I don't think that would do anything, but that'd be really dumb. Okay. So next is to go. This is wall. Wall. A wall. Okay. Oh no, the guns, they're making a comeback. The map editor's too boring. Oh no, something like 1 vote in it. Quick, gotta get something worth fucking showing on screen. Okay. It's a scale. Why are you like this? Just, I think. No, we need a translation as well. Vec 3. I do love that the guns are slowly making a comeback. Like everyone was straight on the map editor when there was like 2 people here, and then it's just like, oh no, guns, they're making a comeback. Alright, so okay, so first off, we don't want to scale the Z. So you only, the walls are all gonna only have a scale of 1. Now, a scale of 10, I think I think the wall is actually only a scale of 5. I'm pretty sure the wall is... Well, actually, the wall may be at 20. The wall may have been smaller. Yeah, I think the wall is actually smaller than the floor. So it may actually be 20 that we need to scale you by, which would mean that you're actually... I think we want 0x 10y. Scaling at half. Oh no, 0y and 10x. Right. And then I don't think I want any rotation. Or actually, it might be negative 10x. Right. And then next, we're gonna go wall, wall, wall. Right. Except because you need to be a transform. Just an idiot. Transform. Okay. No such field. Because it's translation. Yeah, so much for copy pasting, speeding things up. Translate. Okay. Alright, so you be at there, and then I mean, they're all going to have the same scale, but they're going to be different positions. So you'd be at positive 10. But that means that you actually get a rotation set. So your rotation is from rotate. Is it around the Y? It's around the Z axis, isn't it? You're gonna rotate you 180 f32 dot to radians. There we go. Yeah, see, I've got pretty good at this shit. So we want you to be just like that, and then you'd be I guess 90 negative 90. You would all be at 0, you two at 0z, and then you're at negative 10x, negative, and then you're just at 10x. Alright, so that should be the map that we want, and then we want to say print line. We want to print this, and we want to say ron to string pretty value is map, and config is ron the pretty config default dot unwrap. Because if it doesn't work, we don't really care about printing it out. Then we're going to run this test, and we're going to see. It's one vote in it. Okay. So it did print it out, which means that this is what our map will look like. Now, admittedly, I did take a pretty boring approach to map editor, so I'm not surprised that people are going like, please swap to guns, but the vote's still winning, so... Right, so basically we're specifying all of our things. We're saying we spawn at rotation 1 with scale. Okay, you can change the player's scale when they spawn. I did not consider that. I was thinking, oh, I need the translation and the rotation because you may want them to spawn as pointing as a direction. And think about the fact that you would set their scale as well. All right, so the floor spawns there, and then that spawns there, and then okay. So my question now becomes, when we go map load, it's not here, it's we want to go to maps/map. Okay, and then we're going to go main and run. And then we just kind of hope that it doesn't crash because it's been a while since I ran it. It crashed. Okay, of course it fucking crashed. Can tile. Unexpected missing piece. Okay. That's because we're going to go into each of these and we're going to say can tile 0. Large boxes cannot fucking tile. Can tile Yeah, see, it doesn't format any. Does anyone know of a extension that lets you format wrong? Because like I've got it at least giving me syntax highlighting, but like it would be so much nicer if it actually formatted the shit for me. Maybe that's what the new one does. So large box. Okay, large box is not a scale of 10. Fuck off. Floor is can tile. That's 0x 0 1 0 1, whatever the fuck that equals, and then your can tile. Does the floor have a scale of 2? Yes, floor has a scale of 2. Good. Can tile, and a wall can only tile in the x direction. So that's 0x 1. Okay, cool. I don't know if Ron can read fucking binary. I hope it can, because it's gonna be really annoying having something fucking crashed immediately. Map data because the asset type has not. Okay. So. We need to go here, we need to go here, we need to go in asset map data. Okay. And then we go back to main and we go run. Oh god, I have to get a drink soon. Might stick some ads in once this is up and going. Just want to get this particular thing like working. Okay, something failed. Could not find asset loader. Okay, so well, that's hilarious, but we need to make asset loading. Okay. Well, annoyingly, I kind of want to put the asset loading inside the asset fucking loading. I don't know, fuck it. Like your own fucking thing. And then we just come here and we just say obstruct map loader loader for map loader. Just please. Oh, that's the wrong key. Okay. Fill in all the missing data. Okay, so your asset return is a map data. Your settings are none, and your error type is also a static string. Okay, and then same thing, async map, which will return a result map data or a static string. Okay, and then you also need to take in the reader and actually don't think you need the load context at all. Just take in the reader. And then just infer the fucking lifetime. Okay, then we say let me data equals string new. Right, we need to give you a lifetime of A, don't we? And you just call load map. Thank you. Oh yeah, actually, that's 100% spot on what I wanted to say. Okay. Then we say reader.read to string. Is thing. Read string can fail, can't it? We need to await. Return error failed to read string. Read to string Okay, then we say that oh no, it's 50-50. It's tied up. Equals run okay, we need to match it. Match run to string, no, from string, from string data, reference data, and then okay, just just to make it extra confusing, it's okay, 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 and then error e, and then you error b error run okay. Okay, 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 okay. Okay, no. Your pub crate. Okay, pub super. Are you still leaking a private type? No. Okay, fuck off. Okay. Init asset loader. Asset loading. Loader. Okay, so outside the fact that you need to implement default derive. I love that guns have made a comeback. We still haven't pulled the lead, which means we're not going to swap over because it's that kind of like you got to keep momentum. But it is kind of funny that the guns have come back from like being miles behind. Like they were like it's because technically reading the vote, there's 8 votes, so they must have been 4 votes behind. Literally, like they were definitely 3 votes ahead because it was definitely 3 votes, and they were all for map editor, and now it's like 8 split 50-50. So now the question is, has the map actually spawned? We should probably name the fucking map when we spawn it. Cell not loaded an asset. Yeah, okay. Path not found. Okay, because it's not wall, it's cells wall. Which I don't want to have to write cells every time, so I am going to actually say that we fucking, when we spawn the map, we format that, because fuck that. That's in the spawn map section. Yep, tiles.cell. Okay, so we're going to say reference format. This is one of those not at all going the fastest way. Cells slash that, comma, that. Okay. Why the bound? You fucking mean? Needless borrow. You don't need to borrow. Can you? Oh, okay, so you can take in a string. You don't need it to be borrowed. You just couldn't take it before because you were taking ownership of something that was borrowed. Okay. Oh. Now, why did it not spawn? Expected tiled. Okay. Expected opening or struct. Okay, so that means that it's actually the cells that are not working, and it's supposed to be like that. That's where I kind of wish I'd mastered regular expressions, because you can make it so that it like finds all of them and replaces them. Now the question is it going to have like a problem with that? This one, I know it's 1. The other one, I believe it is 5. So I could hard code them, but it's that principle of the matter. Okay. That should have just fixed them. That's kind of the annoying part about that. Oh, that's what I was also supposed to be doing. I was supposed to be going here and going, hey, when you spawn the map, not loading, when you spawn the map, can you name the map, please? New. There you go. Name the map, please. Okay. Anyway, just all right. So I said Ron failed. Expected comma on what? No. So you should just be at 1. And you failed to pass whatever the fuck that is, which I believe is 5, because it's 0. It's 1s, 2s, 4s, so it's 4 and 1. It's 5. Okay, still failed to read. Found invalid STD identifier 5. Try. Okay. So is it supposed to be fucking X and Z? No. Expected comma. I mean, expected comma. This is what we make these tests for. The test does nothing but print out the fucking... Where I left it. It doesn't do anything. It just prints out collider mesh, because it's the same spelling. Okay, it's gonna leave it as vertexes, indexes. And he's gonna add the S up here. Fuck you. Body. Okay, no, continue to comma. And then we need to go, there's a missing field. End tile. Tile direction. We need to know what X plus, no, forward with tile direction Z. I want to know how you would write that. Because it's just saying missing comma. But that could be fucking anything. Like, it's saying missing comma, but there's no missing comma. Okay, so it's supposed to say bits apostrophe. Okay, I've got the whole thing. Bits apostrophe, bits apostrophe, bits apostrophe, doot doot doot. Bits apostrophe 5. Bits apostrophe 1. Okay. Not relevant for yet. That's going to be actually part of the map editor. It's just the idea that when you'll be able to expand it, it'll only be able to expand in set directions. For example, the wall can only tessellate outward, like along the wall. Like you can make the wall infinitely long, but you can't make it taller, because you make it taller, you start scaling in a direction that'll look stupid. Okay, so it spawned 2 floors. Expected comma. In what? Failed to load wall. Okay. Wall failed to load because it's well, it is actually missing a comma, so that's my bad. Yeah. Now. Oh god, I wish I wasn't doing this. This is sick. Fuck me. That just about killed me. Now, here's the beauty of this whole thing. I'm going to move it on this screen so you guys can actually see what I'm typing rather than what it's doing, because, you know, it shouldn't be hard to imagine that the fucking tiles is going to be flipping upside down. So, what's happened there is that I've obviously rotated it around the wrong fucking axis, which is absolutely fucking hilarious. But also, for some reason, I'm pretty sure you should... The fuck? Okay. Pretty sure if I make you 0, you're not going to change anything. Wait, what? Oh, God. Fuck you. It's non-Euclidean bullshit. Okay. 0, 0, 0, 1. Okay, so the question is, you should actually upload in there. Where is it? Oh, root. Okay. You are definitely rotated wrong. You're supposed to be. No, it's 3.1. No. Half. What a fucking. Whatever half pi is. Wait, what? So you're in the right spot. What the fuck? You're the floor. You're in the... Well, the floor's in the wrong spot entirely. That's what I'm not understanding. Why the fuck is the floor in the wrong spot? Well, the floor's at 0, 0. What? Am I looking at it upside down? I am looking at it upside down. That would explain it. Oh. Alright. Well, what we've learned is that no, you cannot fucking scale the meshes. Well, you can, but you have to scale them as the tile, because scaling the meshes like I was scaling the meshes breaks the thing. Oh no, guns have won. Alright, I'll swap the guns after I can just get this to work. It shouldn't take more than like, I say that. And then I'm going to grab a drink and then I'll swap the guns. Admittedly, I get it. Like, fucking, this is boring as shit. Okay, so you have to get rid of scale entirely on like all of this shit. Admittedly, these are the only two that have scale, but like scale just needs to go. Anyway, what do I need to do to get you in the right spot? Well, if we just restart. Like, I'm not even going to remove the actual thing, but guns have in fact won. Now, the ironic thing is that the people voting for guns may not still be here. What the fuck is your problem? Why are you so far away? Okay. So. It's you. Okay. Why? Okay. So. You're just facing the wrong fucking direction. Which means that it's supposed to be plus 10. So it's plus 10 minus 10. I have no idea. But the other thing is, I'm pretty sure you're just going to end up fucking up the whole map. So they're in the right spot. Now, I need to fix that scaling issue. Why are they not scaling properly? Update scale. No, fuck off. Just return. I don't want to break anything. Update scale does nothing, please. Am I just like not passing the fucking... I'm gonna give this at most 15 more minutes. So, oh. Wow. You're right. I bet you you're flipping around the wrong axes is all that's happening with you. Now, the question is that actually the same as tessellating the wall? It looks dumb, but that's because I've got the debugger on. And the debugger is making that big red line through it. But like in theory, it shouldn't matter. Alright, so I think that you're supposed to be the other way. So you're the correct one. You. Right. For some reason... No. Okay, well, why are they all rotated around the Z? I will not know. Not that one, that's for sure. It's around the Y. 3.14. Okay, so they need to be not as far. We need to just re-export the map. That's another thing that's kind of like a given. So first off, rotate Y. So it's around the Y, I guess is the problem is. Alright, and then it's actually 10. Negative 10. And then I have no idea which of these it is, but it's much easier to update the X and Y. Right. Now we want to run this just to get the fresh data. But yeah, I've got no updating, do I? There's no correctional code. Oh no, the guns, they've taken the lead by 2 votes. Oh no. I mean, technically speaking, everyone who voted for guns could still be here because there's 6 people watching, but statistically unlikely. Anyway, we will be swapping to guns momentarily, as I said. I'm spending no more than 15 minutes fixing this, just because, like, again, you got to keep that momentum. You can't just swap. But yeah. I also have no idea why the player's not getting moved. Do I just, like, not have the player flagged? Well, I kind of do. I'm spawning the player, like, under it. They're upside down. Which just kind of means flip them back. So that means go here. Go. You are 10. You are negative 10. I could have just flipped their rotation. It would have done exactly the same thing. And then your scale is 20, apparently. Right, because it was double, but then yeah. Alright. And then we do that. Hey, look at that. Well, that's like, you know, tweaking the spawn translation Y to be Q, please. We also want to go back to the player because I keep saying about I was going to change this, I was going to change that, and then never do. 3D camera bundle. Dot default. Nope. Default. Okay. And then we're gonna go here. We're gonna go translation. No, time map. Translation from translation vec y. Right. Just in case anyone's wondering what I've just done there, I've basically offset the camera up 1, which I think 1 might be too much. Not sure. I think it puts this on top of our collider, like a point on top of our collider, rather than where it should be, which is the top of the hemisphere, which I think is only up half. But you know, it's gonna mean that, like, as we walk up to these walls, you can see actually we're about the right height anyway. Not really. We're a bit low. But yeah, I think we'll just go with I think I want to be up a half, just so that, like, I'm 3/4 of the way off the ground. But anyway, yeah, again, it's swapping to guns any minute now. Yeah, 4-hour live stream, and the average view duration is 2.5 minutes. Okay, now I feel like we're fucking way too tall. Rah! Rah! This is fucking dinosaur shit. Oh yeah, we should also change you back to like being a fixed. No, you are dynamic. Thank you. Alright. This fucking we're gonna get added basic map logo. Cool. Yeah, alright, I am going to run an ad, and then I'm also going to run and get a drink while I do this because I'm gonna cough myself to death in a second, and then we'll move on to guns. So let's just put up let's just do that. Sure. Right here. Nope, 2000's probably a bit too big. 500 maybe. There we go. I'm not going to take it personally. There's more people here now than when I left, but you know, the dog tried to assassinate me on the way down. I was walking down the stairs and he stopped, and because I didn't have any lights on, he fucking just stopped in front of me. I tripped over it. So you know, that's fun. Thanks, dog. Anyway, guns. Yeah, there we go. Guns. Alright. For pure laziness, first thing we're gonna do, hop into the game and look at what the first gun in the line is. What the fuck is Blaster A? What is Blaster A? I think it's this purple one. That, or something over here. Anyway, Blaster A. We'll just call it Blaster A. Now, they're not really cells. I want to call them cells. Fine. We won't call them cells. We will make them their own thing. Nah, fuck it, we'll make them cells. And A. They should be their own thing, but like the other thing to call them would be call them entities. Like this, there's like maps and entities. But since I made blocks able to be dynamic, you know, fuck it, like boxes. I mean, not blocks, boxes. Since boxes can be dynamic, there's actually like no reason that guns couldn't. Excuse me. There we go. Plus A. Cuboid. All right. So first off, what we need to do is go to map. Go to map. Go to map. Your cell is blaster dot cell. Your translation HP 0. Your rotation can be whatever the fuck you want it to be, and your scale is going to be what? It's not going to be a bigger backup gun. All right, let me just run that, and let's see what gun falls out of the sky. Oh, there it is. Now we tweak the thing. So annoyingly, I need to fix that. All right. First step of implementing guns, fixing bugs that are annoying me. And they're gonna make it harder to do anyway. So player look. Window. Query. Window. Main. Width. Main. Nope, not main world. Window. Primary. With primary window. Okay, thank you. Nope, not get single. Just single, my dude. Just single. Alright. Now, there's something about doing this. I don't remember what they did to it, but they somehow used that. Let me open up my other project. It was in like the fly camera that I stole all the code from. YouTube. Projects, extra. Here we go. Nope. Fire controller. They did something with the window scale is height, min, width. Right. No wonder the mouse fucking sensitivity need to be so goddamn low. It's something about scaling the window in such a way that the X and the Y are the same, like, which makes even less sense, really, if the more I think about it. But it is supposed to be this. It's to do with the fact that as you pitch up and down, there's less pixels, and therefore pitching up and down is faster than yawing left and right. So you scale relative to whichever is the min. And it's supposed to make them scale at the same speed. Doesn't make any sense to me, but I'll do it just because I'm here in the code, changing shit that doesn't really matter. Window dot focus. If not focused, return. There we go. Thank you. Now I should be able to look at the blaster without the camera moving around as I try to fucking type the code in. We're going to just whack this here, and then when it's finished compiling, whack this here. And then we go, hello, little gun that I'm going to kick just into the corner. Thank you. This is where we built walls first. Okay, so I have to still click off of the game. But now that we're off of the game, it's not doing it. So its length seems right. It's more like this needs to be like 0.2. Nope, other way. Z is perfectly fine. It's this that needs to be 0.2. Yeah. Okay. And then we just need the offset to actually not be anything. 0 offset would be best. Oh, fuck, it fell through the ground. No! My blaster. It's gone. Okay. Well, fun thing is, we didn't change any of the code, which means it doesn't need to recompile. Instead, let me just put this over here. Let's walk that way. And we go, hey look, it's a pretty nice fit around the blaster. I just kicked it out of the map. Like how you all voted for map, for gun, and then as soon as I swapped to gun, like fucking the views dropped right on when I was working on the fucking editor. It was like way higher. I was even in the game. Okay. So. I don't remember how to do this. Oh no, apparently it should fucking back up to 8. Apparently all you need to do is complain and YouTube will send you all the viewers, because it went from like 5 people down to 1 person and now it's up at 8. Anyway, god damn it, you fuckers are really locking in guns. I think you're a bit offended that I said that you were left after I swapped to guns. Anyway, what do we need to do? Well, I kind of want to see if I can implement some kind of dynamic component system, but for the sake of actually like adding guns, we kind of want to be all like main, and then we want to go odd blaster. Alright, so we need to have like a pub struct blaster, and that just marks it as a gun. Okay, and then kind of like I want to do something like, I'm trying to think, the equivalent of like when you pick it up, I want it to remove its collider. One thing, because you don't want it to fucking because it bashes around inside the fucking player. So I guess the first thing we should do is picking up guns. So I think the player needs a blaster slot. So we're gonna go obstruct. Again, I kind of want this to be like really scriptable. And by scriptable, I mean as in like you can write cells or blasters in this case, and they will just do whatever. Like, you know, maybe you can program how the projectiles work, like what projectile it shoots, and have like a bunch of attributes you can attach, so that in theory, like any blaster can do anything, sort of thing. Like, because I'm trying to think, like, it'd be really cool just as a conceptual, like, dream big kind of thing. Of if you pick up a certain gun, like when you shoot it, like it shoots hit scan projectiles, or it shoots like physics projectiles, and like you can sort of have different behaviors, but like they're the same model of gun. It's just that like that one does something different because of, you know, like, but you can program that, like, so like you could modify in the game rules that certain types of effects spawn, kind of like Noita, where the wands have like modifiers, and you can find sort of any modifier and any combination of modifier, and like the different can't blast. All right. So we're gonna be like FN hiccup gun empty. All right. So query. Oh no! Started working on the guns and all the people have come. Fucking viewership went up to like 11. So I should also say that I want to make this multiplayer, but I should really add multiplayer early, because the last thing I want to do is to have to try and fucking shoehorn it in. Anyway. I don't remember how to do it. How do I check for collisions? Maybe rapier 3D prelude. Okay. So we want context. Rapier context, like so. That should allow me to do so we want, oh, we also want commands, because we're going to be inserting something soon. Okay, we want player entity with player. That's nice for player. With player and without current blasting. Okay. So the idea is that if you don't currently have a gun and you collide with a gun, you're gonna get a gun. So we also need blasters. Entity with blasting. Alright, so the question becomes context dot call Rigid body collider. If entity is the rigid body, the collider. No. Okay. Rigid body dot contact failure. No, not all of them. Contact pair. The contact pair involved. If this returns none, there is no contact between the two colliders. If this returns some, then there may be contact. Check the result. Okay, no. We need to somehow check collision. Alright, back to the thing. Character controller joints colliders. How the fuck do I see if something's colliding? These collider types, convex meshes, self-crossing, chain mesh, rounded shapes, position, friction, institution, guide, active collision types. Active hooks, no. Advanced collision detection. Well, I kind of just want basic collision detection. Okay, so fucking. Okay, first undo is okay, so I feel like I want to use that thing. There's a thing, there is a thing called like colliding entities, and then we can just check to see if all the colliding entities. So when we spawn our player, where the fuck that happens? Spawn player. We also need to turn on some kind of flag. Visible entities. Somewhere. Have we got rape? Have we even got Rapier included? We do. So it's like colliding entities. Default. Okay. Colliding entities. Computes which component which we filled, if present, with a list of entities which with which the current entity is currently in contact. It is currently only updates when when an entity with a collider, and if the active events collider events is set on this entity or the entity it collides with. Okay. Action events. What did you say it was called? Fucking active events. Like, Bucket is the player. They can have all the okay, player's entity and what was it? Was it called? It's called colliding entities. Okay. Well, we also need it to be a reference for colliding entities. Okay. So we want this to be a plugin. Use a blaster plugin. Okay, it's a blaster plugin. So we're gonna add the system type state. Pickup gun empty. Alright, cool. Just gonna do that. Just okay, and then we're gonna say I don't think we need the context anymore. We're gonna go for should only ever be one player. Entity equals player dot single. It's been a while since I wrote code that could crash like this. But it's probably safe to assume there's only one player. Mostly because I can't be bothered writing another for loop inside of a for loop. For colliding in colliding hitter. I don't know why my IntelliSense is broken. You should return an. Okay. Why is it not working? What is your problem? What is your fucking problem? Why have you decided that you don't give me IntelliSense anymore? Is it because like I don't save this file? I didn't save this file, which means Blaster isn't actually recognized. Fucking, oh no, it's creeping ahead. Guns is taken off, my dudes. Okay. Entity with Blaster. Okay, so first off, Blaster's not a component. Derive component. Same with you. You're also a component. Okay, so we need to say if blasters dot get colliding dot is okay, then commands dot entity colliding dot remove. We're going to remove the collider because again it's going to break everything if we don't. If blaster dot get okay, and then we also need to first that should break. We'll just like return, but we also need to say commands dot entity entities correct dot insert current blaster colliding. Okay. Now this should do absolutely nothing except remove the collider from the gun that falls on our head. Next, we'll update it so that the current like parent the gun in the right spot. So, oh, we never gave it a blaster. Right, that's what I wanted to work on. Can I? Is this the thing that can be done? I do not remember. This might have been something that they took out because it was something that was really cool that I did once, but I've never been able to replicate it. But I don't know if that's because of my own stupidity or just because they like made it much harder to do. What you used to be able to do is you used to be able to say what is asset loading? Because it's in cells. We need to go to whoever the fuck cell assets is. All right. So then we need to say like components, which is going to be a hash map of string, I guess. This was always the hard part. And then you're going to be 30 default for sure, because I really don't want to have to implement you on everything. Not everything's going to need you. Right. But then on our map here, we're going to show you get components, and you get a vector of a boxed, which I think means it doesn't work on the web dying. I don't remember. Reflect. Right, like this. Ugh. Reflect, ignore. Reflect, ignore everything. You didn't see anything reflect. You didn't see me trying to sneak my code in. Okay, so here's where the fun part comes in. Now, we have to go on a long convoluted trail of being like, hello, you need to derive from world no longer default. Sadly, I think you just want to be super, because it stops you from leaking types or something. Okay. Yeah, but you initialize. So we need to go fn import from. Well, if I can get this working, this is definitely something you should all know about, because it is the most fucking amazing feature of Bevy, like serialization that I've ever come across. But it can be a real pain in the ass to do. So what do you need? You need a app type registry. Okay, right, and then we just say cell asset loader world.resource app type registry dot one. So first thing, we need app registry inside of our loader. So then we're going to say red type registry, registry, which is a reference to an app type registry. Mostly because I don't want to be cloned all over the place. And then you are passed down from self.0. So you need to be a reference to self.0. Okay. And a lifetime of A would have been fine, but anyway. So next, we need to say let mute components equals a vector. No. We could say with capacity, but okay. Apparently I spelled it differently in both places. Okay. Components. Thank you. Okay. Then for type name data in cell dot components. Okay, we need to say something like let type with equal registry dot read, right? Something like that. Registry read, and then we come down here and we say let type input data equal registry dot get not from type path could work, from type name. I think it's from with get with type path, get with short type, get with short type path. Type name else I don't know if this works. I want you to do that. Else registry dot get with type with type path. Right, and then else continue. Except we need to say error type not registered. Alright, then we pass in the type name just for debugging. Type name. Okay, first up, need to be a reference. I don't know if this works. Apparently not. All right. So what we could do is say something like match okay, we want to match the type data. This is just about like if you use the short name, I want it to work, but also if you use the long name, I want it to work. And then throw an error saying there's probably a much more elegant way of writing this, but I don't know how to do it. It's been a while since I've done this sort of coding. Okay, so then you need to print an error because it isn't in fact an error. Type like this type not in registry, right? And then you continue, right? And then we just need to put the type name again. Name. Okay, and you continue. Then you do that, and you go, okay. So now we've got access to the type data. And then we say, let guns continuing to rise in popularity. I mean, viewer count plummeting, but popularity of guns continuing to rise. All right, what are they doing? So then we say like type data. Let 30 data equals type data dot data option T reflect deserialize. So it's else. Again, error, because it needs to reflect it. Type does not reflect these. Okay, and continue, because again, can't do anything if you don't reflect it. Okay, reflect deserialize. Then reflect serde data dot function dot deserialize. Wait, the underlying deserializer. Run. How do I get you a deserializer? Run. Deserializer. From stir data. Let D equal, and then we pass in D. For now, we're just going to don't expect. No. Error. Run could not make DC. Continue. I'm just putting the type because I feel like if it spits out like it like once, it's going to be really confusing. Like if it's like 1 in 10 things doesn't work, it's like why? Not type data, type name. All right, so deserialize D. The trait bound run deserialize maps not satisfies with the trait is not implemented before deserializer. What do you mean? You need serde deserialize. Do I need to give you a little reference to D? No. Yes, okay. So then we say let's dot push like so. Okay. Right. You call deserialize, but you only return a result. Okay, so we again need to say like let okay component equals serde deserialize else error fail to deserialize data for type no. Deserialize data such type. Yeah. Okay. Again, debugging everything because the last thing I want to do is be chasing down shit. And then we push compile. We do that. We do this. Let me say continue. All right. So, what this should, in theory, allow me to do. Right, you're gonna tell me. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Now, what this in theory should do is allow me to say, first off, we need to go back to main. We need to go back to plugins, so we need to add the Blaster plugin. Okay. I keep getting distracted instead of finishing a sentence. This should allow me to add arbitrary components to myself, and therefore, you know, like, I don't have to have a list of components that you can add, as in like any component that is reflected is derived deserialized, which isn't that many, but you know. So first off, you need reflect. Then you need to reflect deserialize. Like so. You also need to, you know, like derive sturdy deserialize. Otherwise, you know, it doesn't work. But okay. So that would imply that if I went to Blaster A, I could say comp. Should oh fuck, I'm dying again. Blaster A components. We should be able to say something like Blaster it might just be this. I don't know. The thing is, you're gonna have to get it forward and then in reverse again, because I don't know what it's going to output. But the question is, when I spawn you, do you just spit out a bunch of errors? And where do the errors stop? The errors should immediately be failed to read. So what did it spit out? It expected opening. All right, so that means that Blaster A should be like this. Components. Okay, so what did it say? It said Blaster not registered. Okay, that's kind of what I expected. So we want to go back to our Blaster folder, and then in our plugin here, we want to say, and here's what's great. In like 0.14, they added recursive registering, which means that when I register a type like this, it will register all the other types that type depends on, which in this case is nothing because it's a unit type. But it means that, like, if you make like a really complicated thing that has like a whole bunch of stuff that it needs to draw, you don't have to go through and make sure every single one of them is registered. Just registering one will register all the others. Okay, so we can still kick it around, which means it's okay. So did it spit an error? It appears not to have. It does say access denied, but I don't know what that's related to. That's nothing to do with this. But the thing is it hasn't said it had an error, which means it must have made the decapro. Okay, so then we also have to reflect component, I believe, because there's something about component. Let's just take a peek at component. It's like a token stream. Just trying to see. There was some kind of... Okay. Is that it? Okay. There was some kind of thing that, like, in order to spawn it, you had to reflect component. And then when you've reflected component, you could then, like, do all this shit. Anyway. So, that would be under the mod here. That when... It's not when we spawn this in. It's in map, I think. It's when we spawn. It's update cell. Okay. So there's definitely something we can do. But I think we need world access. So add cell.com There's asset, isn't it? Asset components. Oh. Yeah. All right, we have to like reflect the component back in order to be able to get access to all of its components. So I'm thinking we probably want to do this in its own thing. I'm 90% sure we need world access. So what we're going to do is we're going to go derive component. This is just going to be like struct add dynamic components. Right. This is just a unit type, add dynamic components. Then down here, right at the end, you say if assets dot components dot is greater than 0, cell dot insert add add dynamic components, like that. So basically we're just gonna what do you mean? No, is empty. Weird. Why that's an issue. Okay. So then we need to add a different system. So add dynamic components. Right, next one. Now, adding dynamic components. Registry, which is res app type registry. All right, so type registry. For the type registry, we'll be able to add everything. So we need to go cell. So and cell. Okay, so we need. First off, we just need to make sure we filled everything into the IntelliSense stuff working again. That's it. Cell. Okay. So then we need with add dynamic components. Handle cell. Okay. So first off, for handle, we also need commands as well, which means we're going to need entity. Kind of makes sense because we are sticking it on there. Entity, handle, and mute commands. All right, so we need ID and handle in cells. So, right, then we say cell equals cell assets.get handle. This should be called asset though, because I think at this point we don't say anything, we just say else continue, because even if it's not loaded, it'll still have the marker, which means it'll run again in the next frame. Basically every frame will try, which is fine in my book, because it means that the dynamic shit may take a frame or two longer to come in than everything else, but it'll still come in. Okay, then we're going to say, well, first up here. Cool, registry. Registry equals registry.read. Like so. Read that at the beginning so we're not spending ages doing read write locks, atomic operations, like every time it finds one that needs to do. Okay, so next we need to say let component equal registry dot type data. I think it's just get type data. I guess for component in assets dot components, you know, let component equal component dot type ID, right? You know. Now, my worry here is that I've had this be issues before where this type ID is actually the type ID of the dynamic type, not the actual type it was supposed to be. Like, now, none of them should be dynamic, but I've had that problem in the past. Again, we're going to say error type not in registry, and then we just give the type's name, component type name, continue. Wait, what? What do you mean? Path? Well, this is where we find out if it's the right type or not. There's a type. We say std any type name. Component dot type ID. So this is one of those, like, I'm starting to run into the area where, like, they've changed so much since the last time I was fucking around in here that I don't actually know. So std any, because I'm sure you used to be able to get fucking type names. Type name of value. There you go. There you go. Fuck you. So, in theory, though I'm not 100% sure because it may just return box down ref, because that is technically the type's name. That should at least let me at some point know what the fuck's coming out of it. And then the we need to go here. We need to say reflect component. See, reflect component, a struct used to operate on reflected component type. Type. Reflected component type. Okay, and so we say we have all the data. Then we say component dot apply Ma, ma, ma. Yeah, 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 yeah. Entity. Component. Type registry. Type registry. Type registry. Now, here's the issue. How the fuck do I get a mutable world? Entity world mute. Fuck you. I don't want to give you world access, because to give you world access. Apply. Use reflection to set the value of a component. Okay. So how do I get an entity? You suck, because I'm 90% sure I'm going to have to right, okay. Yeah, I'm just showing you component data. Because component we have the reflected type data, and then the actual data that is the reflected type. Okay. Right. Dot as reflect. And then the final tricky part. How the fuck do I get mutable access to the world? Mute empty world mute. How do I even do? Because to have access to the middle, what? This is a pain in the ass because I don't remember how you get around that. Because to have access to this data is to not have access to that data, and I don't want to be dropping into unsafe. I know you can do it without dropping into unsafe. Okay, so what we need to do is like pop in here and be like this. I'm going to reference to a particular entity, and the entire world. This is essentially a which caches the entity location to reduce duplicate lookups. Since this type provides mutable access to the entire world, only one can exist at a time for a given world. See the entity mute, which allows disjointed mute access to multiple entities at once. Unlike mute entity, this type also adds and removes components and despawns the entity. But how do I get one? How do I get one? How do I get one? I'm pretty sure I just need world access, which is gonna be a real pain, because I'm pretty sure. I don't want to be cloning shit. It's kind of the only way I can think of to do this. Right. It's because it's capital world. Okay. That's obviously not going to work, but... Entity... 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 Entity, and you only want a reference? Mutable reference. Crazy bastard. Now, I don't understand why that's even compiling. That should not work. To panic if the entity does not exist, use this is definitely not going to work. It's going to have to crash because, like, why is Bevy not got a problem? Like Bevy, I'm assuming Bevy is probably just working around this. The question is, why the fuck does Rust let me have mutable access like that? Oh, there goes the gun. Now, the question is, did this code run? I mean, it must have. No, not this code. Right, we never actually ran this code. Wherever it is. Map? Can't be map. Add dynamic component. Yeah, see, a dynamic component never run. Now we just never update the scale. Hey, there we go. There's the complaint. It says you can't have... I can't have mutable world access. And access to all this other stuff. Well, the question is, if I do this, you know, I said like registry is world dot resource app registry clone. It's going to become slow all of a sudden. And then we say like now we can probably get away with that being a local. I'm not sure. I don't know how locals work. Okay. So next would be cells. How do we get cells? So we need to say like let query query builder? No. The query builder, does it take in a type of some kind? It does. Okay, query builder. And what was our type? It was ID entity handle cell comma with add dynamic component. Okay, and then query dot build. Header. The world. Okay. But then we don't. Okay. So if we said something like world dot resource scope. Cell assets. Choose a image. Assets. Cell. Alright, just doing that, just doing that, just doing that. In theory, I could get all of the stuff like this. Okay. So if I said so your biggest issue is that I somehow have access to the world. Okay. I'd really rather not. But if I have to get it to fucking just proof of concept will work, there's got to be a better way. But we're going to collect it into a vector, and then we're just going to go through the query, except I kind of need it to be cloned. Because I need... Okay, no. Dot map. Yeah, f dot 0 f dot 1 dot and clone a weak. Yeah, I don't need to do a deep clone. Okay. And then down here we can just say what is it? Entity dot remove apply add dynamic components. I don't know how well this is gonna work. It's like the shoddiest code I've written in a long time, but I just got a proof of concept it. Like there's no point fucking around spending ages trying to work out like an elegant way of doing this or a fast way of doing it. I'm just cloning everything. One thing I could resource scope this instead of just cloning it. Okay. Did you throw an error? No. Did you, by any chance, actually add... I don't know which one's the blaster's the problem. It's inside the map, so that should be fine. Should be you. Hey! Well, I do ask why you've still got a collider, but... Okay, this is all working, right? Does my player have a current blaster? I don't know which one's the player. Go one of these top ones. It's gonna be this one, right? Did I get the collision? No, so it doesn't seem like I'm ever colliding with it according to fucking. No, it's obviously getting a player because it would crash otherwise. Okay. So I don't quite understand why, but it worked. Like the I understand why it worked. I don't understand why the blaster's not losing its collider when it hits me, because that's what a blaster's supposed to fucking do. It's now currently sitting on my head, yes, which means when I come over here. So you're hitting it, right? Like, well, that's kind of, I've knocked it off me, and it's no longer spitting out two things. So next we move one step down. We say, are you actually hitting a blaster? Because that is the next question. I bet you it's not got the, because it's got an offset collider. The collider is not actually on the blaster. Pew! Okay. Oh. Oh, right. Which means we need to go like children. Right? Because we need to then I guess it's optional children, because there's no guarantee that it'll have children. Oh, well. No, see, the issue with that is we'd have to check every single blaster to see if it, but what we can do is go query for the parents, right? And what this will do, well, with nothing, is we can check to see if we're colliding something that has a parent first. If no, if there's a child. If I'm just trying to think how to phrase this without because even the blast has a parent because it's inside the world. So it's part of the map, which means that I can't just check to see if it has a parent, and then if it doesn't have a parent, check to see if it's a blaster, because the blasters all have parents. So I guess what we're gonna do is we can check to see if it's a blaster first, and then if the parent equals children dot get, that's not some is okay. No, get is okay. And then you do this, the same thing again, if parent.get. Okay. So we check to see if what we're currently hitting is a blaster. If it's not, we check to see if if its parent is a blaster. That should, admittedly, it doubles the number of checks we need to do, unless you hit a blaster. But it should hopefully mean that the blaster will lose its collider and then, well, it won't do anything when it loses its collider. It'll land on my head and just sit there. But the next step is to, like, you know, make it snap into position. Somehow I got to parent it as part of the... Oh god, this is going to get complicated. Because at the moment I'm moving the camera, but I never move the body of the player. Like, it doesn't rotate. Oh look, someone else voted for the math editor. So I'm trying to phrase it. You, annoyingly, still have a collider. So it means, annoyingly, no, you're supposed to first have set parent. Dot get, and also it's supposed to be wait, no, you remove your collider. Well, no, don't get entity, get collider. Entity is player. So get the parent and then remove your collider. Yeah, if anything, you could despawn yourself. But you also again want the blaster, which means you want to set the parent. Alright. Again, what's it going about? Look, at the moment, the way the looking around works is that the player is actually stationary and the camera moves, and then I move the player based on which way the camera is looking. It means that you don't end up with issues of like when the player looks up, their body moves out from underneath them and they fall over. Because you know, I did that in my Minecraft clone, and I did it in this one again. It's like if you look in a certain direction, like if you look up, then your legs fall out below you because it rotates the body out from underneath you. So what I can do is only have your translated from the camera into the body, but that means having the player rotate, like, so the camera's always pointing forward, it just pitches up and down, and then the player yours. The other thing with that is your gun's always going to be pointing straight ahead because the gun's not following the camera. So I need to somehow, like, I guess, parent the gun the camera. I don't know. Anyway, the blaster still annoyingly, being very, very slippery. Annoyingly, the blaster still persists. Why? Why are you like this? Like, I'm clearly hitting it. Can you please? Hit colliding. Hit. Okay. Like, what is your fucking problem? Because you... Oh, no, don't run the test. Clearly hitting something. I need to run the test. Right. Oh, hey, it crashed. I mean, so to start, because it implies something happened. No entities. Wait, what? Is that just bad timing? No. Crashed again. What's actually crashing? Pick up gun. You're calling query. Which shooter? Oh, you don't even use the repeat context, but you can. In the two. Yeah, but nothing. Right. See, I'm like the only system that matters because this is not. Every other system it wouldn't have mattered because the player's always in a state that's valid, but this system, because of how I'm doing it, the player's not always in a valid state. Oh, this returns a result. Okay. And... right. So what that's telling me is it is actually working because it's the second it applies the correct type to the player, it crashes. As soon as it... now, the question is, where the hell did the gun go? Okay, so hit entity 480. Now, hopefully I didn't despawn 480. I didn't. So where the hell is 480? Somewhere very, 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 very far away. Right, because I've removed its collider. We also probably want to set its rigid body to like static. If anything, probably the better thing to do. I was thinking that would be the better thing to do, but then I just realized that if I attach the gun to the player, it makes it fly away. If I make it rigid body static. Okay, first off, we don't need to do this anymore. It works. But what we do need to do is probably the master dot get wait no commands dot entity parent dot get dot remove rigid body. Now, if you're removing the rigid body, so we need to remember to put it back on if we drop the gun. But again, future me problems. Okay, so equip gun. Now, the thing with this is I'll be like with I guess it's changed. one thing to do is you could have like a current and next blaster, and when you pick up the gun, it sets next blaster, and then you could run the logic of being like, well, I know what gun I'm currently holding, applying the right things to it, and then, you know, getting rid of it. But anyway, just kind of want to get the player holding the gun, and I might call it a night. So what we're gonna need to do is I don't know when to do that. Just kind of need to know your entity, the blasters transform, and I think it's in commands, and then we simply just go we probably want something like the anchor point, but that, like, just so that like we can offset the guns to being like in an appropriate spot without necessarily having to program each gun, or like can dynamically change things. So what do we want to do? We want to say player player it's like equip equals player dot single what's next okay, for no, it's let okay blaster equals blaster dot get equip dot 0 else error current has no transform. Okay, and then we can, I guess we return because it like not doing anything. Current blaster has no transform. Okay, so now we have we need to get mute as well. Alright, and then make you mutable so I can change you. We won't need your entity as well, actually. My naming scheme's getting really dumb. Just starting to call shit set because I can't be bothered coming up with a name. Okay. What's next? We want to say commands dot set parent entity set dot set parent player. Okay, and then we're gonna say blaster equals, we need to dereference it, and it equals transform identity. So we want to reset where the gun is. and then reset the gun and set the gun as a child. We may need to offset it slightly because otherwise it's going to be a bit dumb because it's going to be like right in the center of us. Admittedly, not in the same spot as the camera, but right below us is not going to be visible to the camera, like unless you look down. But the idea, nope, you didn't like that. Equip gun didn't work because something's wrong. Right, we need to. Why is it whenever I decided? So you can't do it like that because we need to say get single because there's no guarantee that there's a gun around. I need to wrap this. I don't know why on both attempts that I've gone, I won't loop it, I'll just get single. It makes sense. Like, I know what my thought process is. Like, I'm just not aware of it. Is that it's going like, if the player doesn't exist, we don't want to run the system. Oh, look, more people voting for the map. There we go. I do. Yeah, okay, so we need it to move forward. Like, this is what I mean. The camera moves independent of the player's body, which. And the player can't even turn, so it means the gun will always point in the same direction. But we do want to move it forward, like a little bit. So we don't want identity. We just want to say transform. We can just go like this. From translation, is a vec3 z. Okay, moving it forward 1 might be way too much. I also feel like these guns are really big all of a sudden. I think because I made the player, I made everything else small. I made the player smaller, which just made the guns feel much bigger. But yeah. Where is it? Yeah, there we go. Okay. Alright. Final little thing, just because I don't think it should be too hard, is just going to be to make the gun always in front of the player. Because, like, even if it's like Doom style, like it's just always looking forward, that's fine. That's cool. The Trustmaster. I'm glad that you found Bevy through my YouTube channel. It means that, like, you know, it's kind of working. It's spreading the good word of Bevy and getting people involved. Because, no, I feel like that. Yeah, eventually, yeah, even if you don't end up doing anything, like you'll spread the word out a little bit more, and it will hopefully get like people contributing back and that kind of thing. Like there's some amazing plugins out there. Like I'm using Bevy Rapier, Bevy Editor Please. They all are like great community contributions that the bigger Bevy is, the more likely that like those people with that amazing talent will come in and make things. And I'm glad it helped you finally learn Rust, because Rust is amazing when you've got a reason to learn it. It kind of sucks when you don't, because it can be annoying, but like Bevy does an amazing job of making Rust like very nice to use and learn. Like it gives you a lot of use cases, whereas 90% of the tutorials I see, to be honest, I don't know. I've never heard of Avid. I'll just quickly Google it. I use Rapier just because, like, to do that. It's the first one like that I found, and that I went, hey, this actually has everything. Like, all the others I've seen are like really slow. I don't know. I'll look into it. I'll just leave that tab there. But yeah, like there was another one that was like XDC or something, some 3 or 4 letter name, that it was kind of like they were trying to do the whole it's all done in Bevy, all in the ECS. The issue with that is you suddenly lose all parallelization with the physics engine. Whereas Rapier goes, hey, we'll take a chunky of memory, but we're going to run outside of Bevy, so we don't care what Bevy's doing. We'll just give you the physics when we exchange information. Whereas the other one that was like running in Bevy meant that like when your physics slowed down, so did everything in your game. Like Bevy doesn't, as far as I'm aware, have an asynchronous frame rate where you can have your rendering running at a different rate to your underlying thing. I'll check it out because he's got some cool blogs. Yeah. Oh, also that's nice. Yeah, I think this is XP. Is XPBD was the one. As soon as you got to like a few hundred physics objects, it just ground to a halt. So hopefully they'll improve on that being the next generation. But yeah, to me, Rapier is just really easy to stick in and use without having to worry about any of these like made with Bevy for Bevy. Like, yeah, that's the thing is I'm sure in the future it'll be better, but Rapier is just mature enough to actually be very usable right now. And 90% of the time that, you know, especially because I'm doing tutorials and not trying to make a game that needs that extra little bit, it's much easier to be like, hey, here's Rapier. Oh, sorry, I'm dying again. Than it is to try and be like, how do I make this new thing? Especially considering, and this is the sad thing about Bevy, is a lot of people keep like making really cool, ambitious projects and then not continuing them. Belly, wink, wink. Fucking. I finally ported it to 0.14, but the developer doesn't have time for it. But it's such an amazing plugin. But it's been dead for like 4 or 5 updates. Like I think 0.10 was the last time it was added to and not just kept limping along, which results in this amazing plugin that I built a whole bunch of little prototypes and even did videos on and stuff that just doesn't work now. Like it's really hard to port it over and stuff like that. And I guess I'm handicapping myself because I haven't found something new, but the biggest issue is that every time I try something new, it just doesn't work as well. Like I loved Belly because within like half an hour of finding it, I was already making like UIs that I liked. Whereas all the other ones are like, oh yeah, we're like, you have to learn so much more to be able to make something, which I think is part of what made Belly go like, I don't want to do it, is because they were inheriting all the issues that came with the fact that they already had a pretty like robust. Oh, it crashed. Why did it crash? No, it didn't. Oh, weird. Yeah, but yeah, it's that same kind of thing of like, my only issue with things that are made for Bevy is that until they get to maybe a year old, or maybe less now because Bevy's actually doing more consistent updates, but for a long time it was like Bevy may not have got an update for a year, and then they got an update, and now all these made for Bevy things just are dead in the water because the main developer didn't continue on them. They just wrote something cool and then left it, and it's like, well, now we have to port it. Like Bevy Flycam was one of those, oh, it's a great little plugin to chuck in. Like it's also simple enough that it's really easy to port to every new version, but the main developer stopped, which means that every time you got to use it, you got to work out who's got the latest fork that is for the latest Bevy version, because the one that's officially like linked is like 0.8, because that's when the main guy that sniped the name stopped developing it. Yeah, it's only like 100 lines of code, so it's not like it's hard to port. It's just one of those people go, oh, here's an ambitious thing that I'm going to make for Bevy, and it's at least Rapier was like already mature enough that they have whole teams that I think Rapier may even be self-funded, like it's got enough sponsors that they've actually got dedicated developers, which means that every time Bevy gets a new version, Bevy Rapier's update, I don't have to wait weeks or even have to port it myself. It's like I'm complaining, but like I legitimately am really interested in this cool stuff that people are making. I'm just saying, like, I wouldn't go pegging a project to them until they've proven that they're going to keep it up to date, or that you're willing to update it yourself. That's what I do most of the time. Play a look. So we do have access to the player. We do want Okay. This is gonna be dumb. With player camera. Annoyingly, I have to say with player camera without player. Even though it's impossible to have both, or should be impossible to have both. We're gonna do that. And then we're gonna say I'll call it body. Mm. No, it's this. Yeah, okay. Okay, so then we want to say. Okay, so the camera is going to be the only one. Do I even need to do this anymore? I just wanna be all like, okay. So, yep. I don't know. I feel like this might break it, but we're gonna say camera.rotation. Yeah, no, so we're gonna have to. Alright, so we need to say, maybe turn this back on. Because multiplicatively they should still add together. I'm gonna take away your yaw. So we nick your yaw. We say camera to pitch. And then we say that body.rotation. Okay, but then we have to say, so your, and then we need to. I keep making myself laugh, and it's kind of fucking up my ability to breathe. This is almost certainly not going to work. Because I've extracted and separated the two components. And also, like, I should probably just rotate by the amount instead of converting back and forth. But, I mean, hopefully it works. I don't know, maybe you guys will rather it doesn't. And then I have to keep streaming until I can work it out. Because as I said, when I work out how to get the gun to always stay in front of the player, I think that's when it crashed. Why did it crash? What the fuck? The hell of a crash log. System parameters. Okay, dude. With player camera without player. I knew it was going to be something like that, but like, it was just like, so I mean, it runs that at fucking. I'm hoping it runs it when it builds the app and not every fucking time it checks. You'd have to, because why would it check every single time? The whole point of Bevy is to be fast. Okay, well, can confirm. Camera still works. Now, question is what happened to our gun? My suspicion, by the fact that I can't see it, is that it's behind me. Where'd it go? So I can't see it, which means it's behind me. Oh god. So first off, we need to. I don't get it. Like, why is the player so small? Oh, I've changed the size of that. Okay, that makes sense. I didn't change the size of the player's collider. I changed the size of the fucking capsule. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Radius 0.5. Should.
No, it makes it like 2.5 tall or something. Explain why our players so freakishly tall. What was I just talking around? Oh, like when we on the blaster, we need to say that you're. So first off, it's negative Z, and then dot with rotation. What from rotation around? I think it's around the Y. We want to say 180 f32.2 radians. I probably should have ended that vote ages ago, but it's kind of funny that there's a number of people that are voting. Guns are still like they took a potential lead. Like what are they, twice as many votes at 18? So 6 votes in the lead. Which is funny considering that like the first 4 votes, I think, at least first 3, went to map editor. I spent like a couple of I don't know how long I spent on the map editor. Probably a good half hour or so. Before the guns like slowly clawed their lead back. Oh yeah, I should probably like restart the game. The test my new code. This should put the gun in front of us. The other question is, are we not gonna have a gun and then have a gun, or is it just gonna already be in our hand? No. Oh look, pew pew pew. Okay, so something is broken. Okay, let's fix that. So, oh right, bet we're taking the cameras forward, and not its global forward. So that would be plan move. Okay, so I think with plan move, what we should do instead, because we're taking is global transform, because that would mean that we sum up all the children as well, and that'll be important because the global transform means that we can we should still now continue moving in the right direction. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. I hate that like now that I've got the gun, I want to just like add more. Or, like I want to add shooting now. Like I also kicked that box into oblivion. Look at it go. Yep, kick that box out too. My box. Alright, can I kick this box up? What I want to do actually is add multiplayer, but it's definitely a tomorrow thing because I'm not going to do that tonight. I've been streaming for like almost 6 hours. But if I add multiplayer, then what I can do is just have like a little mini server hosted, and anyone on the stream can come jump in the server and like, you know, kick boxes and shit while I write code and then push updates and, you know. Because I think even on something as simple as this, like just purely just a flat map, like zippy, like it's really zippy. Like the jumping obviously needs work because you can one jump forever. You know, like there's nothing stopping you from jumping forever. Can I run through walls? No. Okay, cool. That's why I use the built-in rapier player controller, because in my Minecraft clone, you could, if you ran into walls, you would just run through them because I was updating the player's position, and eventually like there'd be enough of a lag spike that you could teleport through a wall because, you know, they're infinitely thin. Yeah, so at the moment your jumping is more like flying because in theory you can't jump forever. Yep, in theory. Yeah, there you go. Because as you obviously spend more time in the air, you're traveling down faster and faster, and it's just giving you a constant upwards momentum and doesn't check to see if you're on the ground at all. Anyway, we have purple gun. Do I have time? Is it 9 o'clock? I don't think I can get much done in 10 minutes. I was gonna say about 6 hours I could call that a stream, but I really want to add shooting.
Does Kenny have sounds? Audio is looking promising. Sci-fi sounds, RPG sounds, music jungle, voiceover pack. Now, when you say sci-fi sounds, do you think there's a gunshot in sci-fi sounds? Well, there's definitely some kind of fucking laser sound. I don't like that sound. No, stop. Okay, that was not fun. Okay. So look at my downloads. Okay. Assets, new file. No, not new file, new folder. Wait, what? We're gonna go reveal and explore. Assets. I really should be more careful with what I show on stream. I have no fucking idea. Yeah, going for this sci-fi. Sci-fi. Then we do the same thing. We use not in projects and just shooter, and then we rename you sci-fi. Oh. Okay, cool. Computer noises. Okay. My brain is just stopped. So I think the gun sounds are going to end up being like fixed sounds. Like I can't dynamically load those because, well, I could, but I'd have to like hard code the fact that it is loading a sound, and I don't really want to do that. Which it's a blaster thing. Drive recoil. I just want to add, like, I'm not even gonna add bullets. I'm just gonna make it look like you're shooting. So this is gonna be a struct recoil. We gotta stop adding, like, constantly adding things. Not static, struct. Struct. Thank you. Recoil. Okay. So FM add fire. So fire is gonna we're gonna blasters, which is going to be entities with blasters. Recoil. Okay. We want to be middle. Okay. Wait, what? God, what am I doing? Alright, how do we play a sound? We need to also get input. action. Action state. Okay, action state. Player. They're called player action. This is going into stuff that I haven't shown on stream. Player action. Player action needs to be public, by the way. Just so that I can use it in other places. Player. What are we doing? Blaster. So player action. There you go. Action state. Okay. Yep. Import it. Quick. I'm trying to get this done. If player dot. Okay. It's let player equal player dot single player if not player dot just pressed player action shoot continue return. All right, so I don't remember how to play audio in Bevy. I need to derive resource. From Wolves? No, from World. Let's go back to here just in case anyone's talking. Interesting. To be honest, I'm amazed how many people have actually consistently watched the stream, considering other days that I'll do a stream and like nobody will tune in. Anyway, world dot get asset server, and then we're going to say shoot sound is asset server dot load, and then it's site on sound slash ls let's go 0.0.0 OGG. Okay, so that should fire you up, and then sound will be res sound, and res audio sync used to control audio during playback. Bevy. How do I just play a sound though? Do I just add the shoot sound? If okay, so command Okay. So what we need to do is quickly go if blaster dot for ooh, actually we want to grab the currently equipped blaster. Oh, we could say get. It's a good way of, so don't make an option. Just make it. Yeah. And then if there is no player with the currently equipped blaster, it just goes away. Okay, so we go okay, and then we say player gun. You can tell my naming scheme is just going out the window. Return. So we have player, we have a gun, we have blasters. Who knows? So if you didn't press shoot, don't do nothing. And then I'm gonna say if left okay. Blaster equals blasters.get gun. Else return. Okay, so that should probably also put out an error, but again, we're kind of going off blaster recoil. Okay. Okay, blaster recoil. Let me say if recoil is 0 is greater than 0, return. So if there's any recoil left on the gun, don't shoot, and then otherwise it's command stop. Commands dot entity blaster dot insert sound dot 0 clone. I think I did in fact spell it wrong. So that should mean that when we click yeah, we also want to say recoil dot 0 plus equals 1. Right, because it is here. Get. Okay, so we're obviously going to need to. So one, we're only going to get to shoot once because I haven't implemented the recoil reduction, which means that it's just going to go pew. The gun's just going to be forever in recoil, because the idea was, what I'm thinking is, when you fire the gun, the recoil is what determines when the gun can fire again, because it comes back to pew pew. But I just want to see if this actually like makes the gun sound, because I'm just having a lot of fun. It's the same as like I haven't actually implemented the recoil to actually move the gun. Oh, why did it crash? Because we didn't implement shoot sound, so we got a blaster. We got to go init resource shoot sound. Okay, cool. So I think the way that Bevy works is as soon as you add a source, it'll play the sound, and then you can use the sync, which it said it implements, to do things like okay. Oh, I don't think we're doing anything. Oh, because we never bound the action to anything. That would also help. Then we go player. We need to go wherever the fuck I bind all the player's actions here. We go player action shoot. Here you go. It's mouse button. Mouse button left. Okay, cool. You suck. So now we've actually bound it to something. It should work. Oh, I'm just anchoring in the stream, but I want to get this done because it's going to be funny. I also have like 9 people watching me. What the fuck? Nope, not working. Okay. That's the gun. Blaster. Okay. We also have a set scale on it, which is kind of funny. So, first off, what the hell? Because well, technically we need to search for blaster. Oh, we haven't put recoil actually on the gun. Right. God damn it. That's going to be fun. So we need to do it. We need to register type recoil. This is the way the guns are pawns. The only way to add components to it is to do this with a recoil. Yeah, definitely. It's whether I remember, but like you saying so now, I go fucking. Wait, no, it's called 0 to FPS. It's not complete, but at least you'll be able to see some of the code. And then I just need to remember. So don't forget to remind me when I'm going, like I'm going to be done to push the last build out, like the most recent stuff. Then it needs to also be deserialized. Yeah, well, that's kind of the plan. The idea is actually to do a video when I'm got to a basic, like I've got my Obsidian document, which, oh, fuck, I think it's actually crashed this time. No, maybe not. I don't know what's wrong with my Obsidian. It just keeps spitting errors. I probably should update it. But I've been writing a document. I haven't done it for the stream so far. It was what I had before the stream started. Like, it was about setting up the player and all the plugins and extensions and stuff, like add the dependencies. And I was going to do like my Pong video where I just like really quickly go through like this, that, like all the things you need to set up. And the thing with a shooter is a lot more complicated than Pong. So it's like, it's not going to be like me programming as I go. Instead, it'll be like, here's the finished project. Here's the sort of step-by-step guide of what you need to do to understand the project. And again, as you can see, it's sort of like, I was going to write what everything does inside the document and then be like, here's the code. Here's the thing that explains like everything in excruciating detail. And here's the video of me quickly going through and talking about things so that people that don't want to read. Anyway, so we fire, okay, so we have recoil, which registers deserialize, and then we need to reflect deserialize. Reflect, deserialize, and component. Okay. So then we need to come up to our cells, which for whatever reason I decided to make the gun cells, and then we need to say comma recoil, and it's going to have a value of 0. That should compile. That should run. Let's hope it does. Hello, Crazy. How is your night going? Or morning? I don't know. I don't know where anyone is. Okay. Did something go wrong? No. Why can I still not shoot my gun? Who knows? Shouldn't have set myself the goal of making the gun shoot before I... blaster, recoil of 1, 0. Okay. Well, it's setting the recoil. Oh, look, there's the handle audio source. How do I make... Okay. This is the... I guess the point of the stream. Anyone who was here right at the beginning remember when I was saying, I was showing people how to learn new things. You know, like the steps I go through to understand something that I don't know how to do in Bevy. So So I'm gonna go look at the official examples of how to play audio to work out how to play audio. Ah, nice. Yeah, I got off at lunchtime today. That was nice. Because we go in early, we get to knock off at lunchtime on Fridays. So I think I got home and spent like 2 hours programming, and then went, fuck it, I'm just gonna start live streaming. And do you know what? It's the best day for live streaming I've probably ever had. I don't know what it is. Apparently there's 8 people watching right now. If I go somewhere, I'm sure it tells me. Well, the average view time is only 3 minutes, but I've had 209 views, which is like almost as good as I get on videos, whereas usually live streams are just like shit. I gotta stop just randomly you bastards. Audio. How the fuck does this work? Audio bundle. Okay, but what else does an audio bundle have? Load asset, play. Okay. Because I've obviously put the audio source in. So what the fuck else does an audio bundle have? Let's just sneak that out then. So, yeah, it's been good. Like I was trying to find the average view, not the view time, the average number of viewers, but maybe it only calculates that at the end of the stream. But it's got to be up somewhere around 4, because this for a while there it dropped down. Like most of the stream, there's been someone watching, whereas usually a lot of my streams are like 3 or 4 hours where there's like nobody watching. But I've also been taking the approach that I don't normally do in streams of like trying to talk as if there's people here, even if there's nobody talking. Partly because it makes the VOD much more watchable when like I'm explaining what I'm doing and not just silently staring and typing because nobody's there. But also just because it means that when someone joins the stream, they don't come into like me doing nothing, and they have like a much better chance of actually chiming in and saying something rather than coming in and going, what the fuck? One of my other streams, someone came in and said, what the fuck, people watch this, and left. And I was like, yeah, I mean, like nobody watches it. That's why there's nobody here. But it was pretty funny to have someone just come in and be like, what the fuck? And just leave. What was I doing? That is the question. I was going to my blaster and I was working out what exactly is in an audio window. Audio source bundle, audio source. Audio bundle. The handle settings, playback settings. Okay, we need to chuck in playback settings. That must be what I'm missing. Okay, so we don't just put in the sound. We add the audio source bundle, and then source is sound.0.clone. Clone a week, I don't give a shit. Settings. And then playback settings. Let me work out what the playback settings is. Mode. Mode. Playback mode. The despawn and its children. When the sound finishes, bang, my gun explodes. Play the sound once. Do nothing when it ends. Remove the audio components from the entity when the sound finishes. Like, do that one. Don't despawn the entity. And then we'll leave everything as default. What is the default for you? Mode, play once. Okay. Volume 1, speed 1, pause, false, spatial. Okay. Okay. Well, the idea is just like fire a gun and it despawns when it stops making noise. Okay, I've fit it to 11 at some point. And again, we haven't actually implemented the code for recoil yet, so you can still only fire your gun once. Okay. Yeah, it fired. It doesn't do anything when it fires, but it fired. Yeah. Okay, recoil, and then we're going to say query blasters, which is anything with a minimal recoil. We need its transform. Okay. Yeah, real men don't feel recoil. That's what the idea is. Real men's guns disintegrate when they've been fired. That's how you know it's a real man's gun. I was watching someone like, or maybe it was YouTube short, and they were talking about how many rounds you have to put through a machine gun before it melts the barrel, and there was something like 1,000 rounds of ammunition or 900 rounds of ammunition, and they're going, yeah, you don't really have to worry about it. And then this cut to the video of like the Germans being like, fuck, my gun's melting. And they've just got boxes of ammunition like just going through the machine gun. I thought that was pretty funny. We need time. Oh my god, this is like the first time I've used time in this project. Usually you just fucking time everywhere. I mean, fucking, I don't know why I'm swearing so much. Probably because I'm excited. Like, this is like I've fucking done it. Okay. For wait, not 4. In blasters. It's blaster. It's not blaster. Doesn't make a difference. First off, because there's only one that can shoot at the moment, but there's also only one in the game. Blaster. Okay. So the pulse dot rotate. Rotation equals what? Oh no. Yeah, you definitely don't want to touch the barrel after a few rounds. I've fired enough guns to know that. And I haven't touched the barrel. Just know that fucker's hot because it, you can feel it without touching it. Oh, I got a donation. Huh. I was wondering what that fucking sound was. Everyone on stream probably saw it before I did, because I just heard a sound and I went, what the fuck? And then it popped up in chat. Good thing it popped up in chat, because I did not see it on the fucking thing, but also is like not watching the stream. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was your pitch your roll equals pos dot rotation dot two Euler rotations. I think it's your pitch, so it's definitely y-x and then z. Wait, no. Roll. Your would be around the y, wouldn't it? X, Y, Z. Let's go to the player. What the fuck? Pitch is X. Yeah, okay. So we do that, and then we say we want to say it's a pitch, and we say pitch minus equals minus equals time dot delta seconds. Okay. So we pitch down, and then we also say like recoil minus equals time dot delta seconds. Recoil at 0. And we also need to clamp the pitch. Okay, and we say pitch equals pitch dot clamp between 0 and 1. Okay. Well, actually, it's recoil equals this. Pitch equals recoil. if recoil dot 0 is less than or equal to, if it's less than 0, yeah, less than or equal to 0. Continue, don't return, continue. And then we do all this, and then we say that negative the recoil, and then pitch equals recoil. Right. Recoil 0, and then we say pos dot rotation equals quat from Euler rotation x y z, which is what we pulled it out of, which is pitch your roll, and then hopefully that should work. Okay. Oh, didn't work. Where's the player? Now, question. Is the recoil slowly decreasing? No, recoil is still at 1, which means that I have done something wrong about when I'm oh, I probably just didn't add the system. Yeah, I just didn't add the system. So we have fire, and then we have recoil. Now, that implies that it'll take 1 second to unrecoil a gun, which gives you a fire rate of 1 round per second, or 60 rounds per minute. It's a very slow gun. Pew, pew, pew. Actually, this is probably even fucking slower. Kind of want that to be like way quicker. For no other reason, because like I want this game to just be really zippy. Well, upside down. So. The fuck is the gun? Why is it upside down? It's really funny. Because I'm the only enemy in the only thing I can shoot. It's like, gotcha. Okay, so does that mean I need to like flip it? If I find myself grab this. Now, the issue is that every time. Wait. That's the recoil I'm fucking with. No, right, a transform. Excuse me. Okay. So what it sounds like is we kind of want it to pitch to equal recoil plus 3.14. It's going to get angry at me, but typing pi without being a const. Pi. No, not pi, pi. Thank you. The compiler gets grumpy at me. I think maybe it's Clippy that's getting grumpy at me. If I type 3.14, because that's close to pi, you should use the constant pi. I was like, oh, okay. I'll use the constant pi. Just looking at the poll, I don't think that math checks out. Wait, I didn't read. It's kind of like, yeah, did it work? And it's like I fired the gun, and it's like, no, I haven't restarted the game. Okay. Okay. So see what we've got. Okay. Yeah, that's well, the rest of my day is going to be like, if this works, I'm going to bed now. Actually, probably not to bed. I'm going to do other shit, but it's going to be the end of the stream. Look at that. Alright, now to speed it up like 10 times, just so that I can fuck around with the noise. But yeah, that's going to be the end of the stream. Let me just commit this, and well, I remember. Okay, and then maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I remembered. I'm gonna make it faster though, and just run around like a lunatic for a second, because that just seems like fun. We need a high recoil. Maybe we'll put like a recoil at 2, but then we're gonna like multiply the time by like 10. So you should be able to fire 5 times a second, which is gonna be just kind of fun. And the pole, because this doesn't work. Anything else, the pole's useless. Get the gun. Is that gun flipping upside down? Okay, maybe let's recoil. I do love it though. Okay, gonna make it go 3 times faster. So it's 3 times a second. Yeah, maybe, yeah, 3 times a second. 3 times a second, but you're only gonna fire 1. The cooldown is you can't fire if the recoil is above 0. The recoil will stay above 0 until it gets dragged back to 0. Like it's an intrinsic cooldown, but it's also a bit of a silly cooldown because it means that you can't shoot while the gun's recoiling. But yeah, in the future I'll have like a rate of fire, I guess. It's just quick and easy to add it, like the same timer as the amount that it's recoiled is also the same timer that tells you if you can shoot it. I love it. I just love it so much. So much so, really should just be ending the stream. But it's too much fun. Let's just see what like faster. I kind of want the sniper rifle. I don't know which one the sniper rifle is. We'll track down the sniper rifle in a bit. But kind of really want to just be really done with it and be like the fuck is desktop.ini? Okay, so we got okay, so we're gonna go, you know, who the fuck you are? I'm gonna say Vec. Just a Vec. Vec of handles. Okay, and then I'm gonna here. I'm gonna go. Choose. Use rand. Wait, do I not have rand? No, surely I've got rand. I don't have rand. Okay. We got this. Is it there's like 5 of each sound, isn't there? So we've got okay. They're not quite as funny because they're not loud. Alright, well, let's have a look. So there's 4 laser large, 4 it's 5 of each. Okay. So 4 I in 0.5 and then then you get sounds. Okay, and then we go sounds dot push server dot load format what is it? It's sci-fi. How do I fucking spell it? I'm pretty sure I did capitalize all this. Sci-fi slash laser I. Okay, and then it's retro and small. Okay, get rand slice rand. Wait, did I have it right? Rand. It was. Apparently it's saying I don't need pitch because I just immediately overwrite pitch. Okay. Oh, I still need to know what pitch is. Okay. There. Now Clippy won't be mad at me. What? Spell check's mad at me though. So we now pick a random gun sound. See what the blaster looks like. Oh god, now it's going to compile a whole bunch more stuff. Ah! Oh god, dying now. Come on, you should now just have random sounds. I'm also feeling like the end of my stream is going to get demonetized because I hear music in the background and it's like a movie playing. So, oh no, I don't want to shoot red gun. So if that's A, so A, B, C, D, E, F. Gun F, please. Cells, blaster. F. That's not F, that's an 8. F. No. Oh no! Wait, how did you do? Oh. Here's why the gun flew away. It turned back into a rigid body with a dynamic collider when I changed it. I feel like sometimes it's not playing a sound. I bet it's because the sound's quicker than the or like the recoil takes less than the sound to play. Which means I can shoot again before the sound stops. Alright, anyway. Funky guns, funky guns. Let's push that. Oops. It's supposed to be pushing it, not fetching it. Push. Okay. Probably should edit the description. Code found. I think it was called 0 to FPS. Cool. All right. I'm gonna say thanks for tuning into the stream. It's been amazing having like a whole bunch of people come in and chat and whatnot. I'm gonna call it a night because it's almost 10 o'clock. I streamed like 40 minutes longer than I was going to when I was like, I'm gonna stop, and then another 40 minutes later. But I'm gonna probably stream again tomorrow because I'm having just so much fun making this game, and it's like gonna be a lot of fun. I'll be in the Discord tomorrow, sitting in like the lounge if people want to join. I don't know if I'll sit in the public lounge forever. Depends if like too many people try and join. If it gets chaotic, I'll move into like a private one and just like let a few people in. But yeah, I guess subscribe and whatnot so that you don't miss that. It should be fun. And I think the plan for tomorrow is going to be adding, at the very least, the ability to shoot, and then hopefully multiplayer. Like I said, like the two are on the par. But my plan is something along the lines of having boxes all over the room, like the little boxes. If you hit the boxes hard, like if they collide with something with enough force, they break, and a gun pops out, and then each gun maybe has 1-2 bullets sort of thing. You pop, and then the gun maybe like just have the gun literally just like fly away, like, and that's it. The gun's dead, and then you get break it on the box. So you could shoot the box, and then I guess maybe even have lots of guns in the boxes, like different boxes, different sizes. Maybe when you break them, like you might drop out like a half dozen pistols, and it's like, well, now you got to try and just try around with a bunch of pistols. Maybe also just for the sake of being, because the thing I'm trying to avoid is I don't want to add normal systems that are actually difficult because people have an expectation of what they're going to be like. So I'm thinking maybe sniper rifles might do more damage or whatnot, but I'm thinking like pistols, dual wield, left click shoots left pistol, right click shoots right pistol, or maybe all guns can be dual wielded and left click shoots one and right click shoots the other, and it's that just running around doing like. I think the game's Strafe, where it's like it's just really fast paced. The idea being like maybe you've got not a set amount of health where it's like guns do more damage, but instead you've got 3 hits, and then you respawn. Like sort of like high speed paintball. I don't know. We'll see how it turns out. It just feels like it'd be a lot of fun to just have that like snappy, zip 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 kind of thing. Break a box, grab a gun. Especially if like each gun only has like one bullet, means that you like shoot a box with one gun. You pick up like you break a box, you pick up 2 guns. You got to keep one gun to break the next box quicker, sort of thing. I don't know. Anyway, I gotta stop rambling. Thank you for tuning in, and I'll see you in the next stream.